Maybe she comes in yelling. All right.
Please be seated. Okay, and I'm supposed to ask every time, is the live stream going? Perfect, okay. Good morning, this is the initial appearance hearing calendar for 2 a.m. April 17th, 2026. The court's orders for the taking of DNA and fingerprints that were given on the first calendar of the month do apply to all matters on this calendar. As you just heard in the recording, this is a very specific type of hearing. I will tell you why you are here, if an attorney has been appointed for you, when and where your next court hearing will be, if you are eligible for release, what your release conditions are, and any bond amount required. I will not read all the release conditions to each of you. That is your responsibility, but I may point out a few depending on your case. You're all here today on criminal matters. That means you do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say or do may be held against you. This hearing is being recorded. It is also being broadcast live. There may be victims watching the live stream, so I will read the victim rights advisement, and then we will begin with your hearings. If you are the victim of a crime with a case pending before this court, you are advised that you have rights under Arizona law that, among others, include the right to be treated with fairness, respect, and dignity, to a speedy trial, to be present at court proceedings, to choose whether or not to be interviewed by the defendant or defendant's attorney, to be heard before the court makes a decision on release, negotiation of a plea, scheduling and sentencing, and to receive restitution from a person who is convicted of causing you loss. If you have not already been provided with a written statement of all victims' rights, please contact the Victim Services Division of the Prosecutor's Office. Okay. We'll now begin with your hearing. I will call you in one at a time. When it is your turn, please come to the podium in the center of the room and speak into the microphone. I will call a second person's name. Please have a seat in those chairs right there by the door so that we can move quickly. From time to time, I may need to pause the hearings to handle warrants. If that's the case, just remain seated until you are called into the hearing room. After your hearing is over, you will be provided with paperwork. On this paperwork, it will have things like your attorney's phone number, date, time, and location of your next hearing, as well as your release conditions that you need to review. We will begin now. Would Thomas DeCary please come to the podium? After that, Mayetta Armstrong, please have a seat by the doors. Please say your name and your date of birth.
Thomas DeCare, 10/12/1976.
Thank you, sir. I apologize for saying your name incorrectly.
Oh, that's okay.
You're here today on a new case. It's alleged that you may have committed 1 count aggravated assault impeding breathing, which is a class 4 felony, 1 count assault reckless, which is a misdemeanor, 1 count threatening or intimidation, which is a misdemeanor, 2 counts disorderly conduct or fighting as misdemeanor, and 1 count preventing an emergency service to access by telephone, also a misdemeanor. Based on the law enforcement report, this court did find probable cause and appointed an attorney to assist you. Your next hearing is downtown Phoenix on April 23rd. That's at 8:30 in the morning. You are still eligible for release. The state's recommendation was affirmed, and that's a cash-only appearance bond of $50,000 with electronic monitoring. So if you're able to post your bond, make sure you let pretrial services know about your commitments and obligations so they can program that in. You are not to return to the scene of the alleged crime or have any contact with the alleged victim, witnesses, or complainants. You're not to have any weapons, any alcohol, or drugs without a valid prescription. And that includes simulated weapons like BB guns, pellet guns, replicas, and also includes marijuana, THC, or CBD products without a valid prescription. If an order of protection or order against harassment is issued against you, be sure to comply with those court orders. And you are cautioned, sir, whether or not you are in custody or out of custody, that no contact with the alleged victim does apply. If you're in custody, they'll bring additional charges against you. If you're out of custody, you would no longer be eligible for bond. So that's how important that is. All this information is on your paperwork. Please take your paperwork, sir.
Thank you.
Mayetta Armstrong, please come to the podium. Amanda Lewis, have a seat by the door, please.
How you doing, Mom?
Hello, please say your name and date of birth.
It's Mayetta Armstrong, September 1786.
Thank you, ma'am. You're here today on 4 separate matters. The first are grand jury warrants. The very first one is from allegations in April of 2024 and July of 2024. It's alleged you may have committed 2 counts shoplifting, class 4 felony, 1 count shoplifting with an artifice where it was concealed, that's a class 4 felony, and then 1 count of assault. So the grand jury found probable cause. This court is appointing an attorney to assist you. Your next hearing on all these matters with that our grand jury are not guilty arraignment hearings, and they'll be downtown Phoenix on April 24th. And they each carry a $10,000 bond. So your other one has allegations, again, this one's just October, September, and November of 2025, shoplifting, and then the artifice again. And then your third grand jury warrant is shoplifting and the artifice from June of 2025. So you have 3 separate grand jury warrants. Yeah. They each carry a $10,000 bond, so that's $30,000. Your last matter here today is that you were on probation, and anytime there's new alleged criminal activity, a Term 1 violation does occur. So an attorney has been appointed for you, and your next probation hearing is also April 23rd. So that's actually the day before all your grand jury hearings. And that's downtown Phoenix, 8:30 in the morning, and that one carries a $250 bond. So it's $30,250 in secured appearance bond. If you're able to post the bond, call your probation officer and go to both sets of your hearings. If you're not able to post the bond, you will stay in custody and be transported to your hearings.
So I'm not released?
Not today, ma'am. You have 3 grand jury bonds at $10,000 each, and then a probation bond at $250.
Well, is there any way that I can get out to get the bail money?
So you can use the resources here at the detention facility to call a bonding company and see if they will work with you, but you will not be released OR or under your supervision of the probation officer today.
He said, officer told me that I could be released because these warrants came out, and I don't even know what they're talking about because I didn't do anything.
So I did see that you have been in contact with your probation officer and that you have been attempting to comply.
I've been doing good, and they just came out.
So these are grand jury warrants. I also don't see the facts that they're based on. The grand jury does. They make that probable cause determination, and then a judge works with the grand jury, and they set the bonds. So these bonds at $10,000 each are set.
Yeah, because I didn't do anything wrong. Even the cops told me I was going to get released. You know, I have an emergency at home, you know.
So unfortunately, that's not the case today, ma'am. There are 3 grand jury bonds that are affirmed and then a probation bond. And that information is all in your paperwork, as well as an attorney's phone number for you to use, so you can contact an attorney and ask them more questions about maybe making a bail modification motion.
Do I qualify for Kim Kardashian bail bonds thing?
I don't know. That's not something I would know, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Okay. Please take your paperwork. Amanda Lewis, please come to the podium. Shakia Moore, have a seat by the door, please. Please say your name and date of birth.
Amanda Lewis, 12/14/86.
Thank you, ma'am. You're here today on an arrest warrant. So the state has now brought charges against you alleging that in October of 2025, you may have committed 1 count aggravated taking the identity of another, which is a Class 3 felony, 1 count dangerous drugs in your possession, and 1 count narcotic drugs, and those are both Class 4 felonies. So an attorney has been appointed to assist you. Your next hearing on these new allegations is April 23rd, 8:30 in the morning, downtown Phoenix. The direct complaint did request an $8,000 bond. So that is what your bond is. It's secured. It's not cash. So you can still use a bond company. It looks like you may be in a custody on something else right now. Is that correct?
Yes.
So if you become eligible for release and you are able to post this bond, call your probation officer and go to your hearing on the 23rd. If you're still in custody, they will transport you to your hearing. Okay. Please take your paperwork in. Shaquille Moore, please come to the podium. And then after that will be Ryan Hartstock, please. Please say your name and date of birth.
Shaquille Moore, January 9th, 1993.
Thank you, sir. You're here today on 3 matters. The first one, looks like they are all, yes, they're all failure to appear warrants. You did not go to your non-witness violation hearings. So you already have an attorney in these cases. Let me just make sure they're all the same. Oh, 2 of them are the non-witness violation hearings. 1 of them was a final trial management conference that you did not go to. So you already have attorneys appointed. Your next hearings for your probation cases are April 23rd at 8:30 in the morning, and they both carry a $50 cash bond. So that's $100 cash for your 2 probation cases. For your other case, though, where you were supposed to go to the trial management, that hearing will also be April 23rd, downtown Phoenix at 8:30. It carries a $5,000 secured appearance bond. If you're able to post your bonds, call your probation officer and go to both sets of hearings, your trial management and your probation hearings. If you cannot post your bond, you'll stay in custody and be transported there. Okay, please take your paperwork, sir. Thank you. Ryan Hartstock, please come to the podium. And then Vivian Armstrong, have a seat by the door, please. Please say your name and date of birth.
Ryan Hartsock, 10/20/1991.
Thank you, sir. You're here today on a new case alleging burglary in the 2nd degree, which is a Class 3 felony. This court did find probable cause and appointed an attorney to assist you. Your next hearing is downtown Phoenix on April 23rd at 8:30 in the morning. You are eligible for release under a secured appearance bond of $5,000. If you're able to post that bond, review your release conditions carefully. Don't return to the scene of the alleged crime or have any contact with the alleged victim, witnesses, or complainants. Be sure to follow any order of protection or order against harassment that might be issued. If you are not able to post the bond, you'll stay in custody and be transported to your next hearing. Please take your paperwork, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, we are going to pause for just 1 moment to handle a warrant. All right, will we resume? Vivian Armstrong, please come to the podium. Michael Ellout, have a seat by the door, please. Please say your name and date of birth.
Vivian Armstrong, 11/20/76.
Thank you, ma'am. You're here today because you failed to go to your not guilty arraignment back in September of last year. So you already have an attorney appointed. Your next hearing will now be April 24th at 8:30 in the morning, and you do have a $2,000 bond. All your other release conditions are the same. If you are not able to post your bond, you'll stay in custody and be transported to your hearing. If you do post your bond, please make sure you go to your next hearing, follow your release conditions.
Okay.
Okay, please take your paperwork, ma'am. Michael Ellout, please come to the podium. Patrick Brandon, have a seat by the door, please. Please say your name and your date of birth.
Michael Ella, July 3rd, 1983.
Thank you, sir. You're here today on two matters. The first one is a new case. In the new case, it's alleged that you may have had dangerous drugs in your possession. That's a Class 4 felony. So an attorney has been appointed to assist you, and your next hearing is downtown Phoenix, April 23rd at 8:30 in the morning. You do have a $500 cash-only bond in your new case. And I just want to remind you, you do have 90 days of deferred jail coming up. So if you're able to post your bond, make sure you call your probation officer, go to your hearing, and show up for your deferred jail sentence. Your other matter here today is a probation violation warrant. So anytime there's new alleged criminal activity, you do get a Term 1 violation. An attorney has been appointed for you, and the next hearing is April 23rd, 8:30 in the morning. And that also carries a $500 bond. So altogether, it's $1,000. If you're able to post your bond, make sure you go to your hearings, call your probation officer, do your deferred jail time. If you're not able to post your bond, you'll stay in custody, and you will be transported to your hearings, and the clock will be started because you have bond. Okay, please take your paperwork, sir. Patrick Brandon, please come to the podium. Alicia Ramos, have a seat by the door, please. Please say your name and date of birth.
Patrick Brandon, 10/27/1995.
Thank you, sir. You're here today on a justice court warrant. It's alleging that you disobeyed a mandate of the court that is alleged as a misdemeanor. An attorney has been appointed for you, but only in the matter of bond. So if you're able to post your bond, you'll need to hire your own attorney or represent yourself. Your next hearing is at the Santan Justice Court on April 22nd, 8:30 in the morning. And your bond is set at $680 secured appearance. So if you're able to post that bond and you're not being held on anything else, make sure you get yourself to the Santan Justice Court. If you cannot post the bond or you're in custody on something else, you'll be transported there. Okay, please take your paperwork, sir. Alicia Ramos, please come to the podium. Dustin Clow, have a seat by the door. Please say your name and date of birth.
Alicia Ramos, 11/7/96.
Thank you, ma'am. You're here today on a justice court warrant alleging that you were driving without a valid license as a misdemeanor. An attorney has been appointed for you in the matter of bond. So if you're able to post your bond and you want an attorney, you'll have to hire one, or you can represent yourself. Your next hearing is at the El Centro Justice Court, April 21st, 8:30 in the morning. Your bond is set at $500 secured appearance bond. That means you may use a bonding company. If you're able to post your bond, make sure you go to the El Centro Justice Court. If you cannot post your bond, you'll stay in custody and you'll be transported to your hearing.
Bond as in I can do it like with cash or with card or anything?
You can ask the people in the detention facility how to post your bond, but normally you can post bond with, I think, cash if you had it on you when you came in. Okay, so you might need to make some phone calls.
Okay.
All right, please take your paperwork. Dustin Clow, please come to the podium. Angela Berg, have a seat by the door, please. Please say your name and date of birth.
Dustin Clow, 12/27/1988.
Thank you, sir. You're here today because you failed to go to your probation revocation arraignment hearing.
Yeah, because I was working.
Okay, well, it was on February 18th, and when you did not appear, they issued a warrant for your arrest. So you already have an attorney in that case, and now you have a new hearing date, April 23rd at 8:30 in the morning. You also now have bond. It's $250 and the same release conditions as before. So if you can pay your bond, call your probation officer and go to your hearing. If you cannot pay your bond, you'll stay in custody and be transported to your next hearing.
Okay.
All right, please take your paperwork, sir. Angela Berg, please come to the podium. And then Giovanni Verdoza, have a seat by the door, please. Please say your name and date of birth.
Angela Berg, 11668.
Thank you, ma'am. You're here today on two matters. The first one is a new case. It was alleged you may have had drug paraphernalia in your possession and also that you had dangerous drugs in your possession. So an attorney has been appointed to assist you. Your next hearings are downtown Phoenix on May 1st at 8:30 in the morning on this new case. And you are going to be released under pretrial supervision, which is the 72 hours you have to call them and then follow your release conditions. You do have another matter, though, and it's a municipal court warrant. This one does carry bond, so I want you to be aware. And this is about having driving under the influence. So an attorney will be there to assist you for the $75 bond at a Surprise City Court. If you're able to post that bond, you can hire your own attorney or represent yourself. And your hearing there is on April 21st at 1:30 in the afternoon. If you cannot post that $75 bond, you'll stay in custody, be transported to Surprise for that hearing. But then after that, on the Superior Court matter, you would be released under pretrial services. Do you understand?
Okay, yeah, but I thought I have to pay $75 to get it.
You do?
Okay, that's easy.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Please take your paperwork, ma'am.
Thank you.
Geoffany Verdosa, please come to the podium. George Chasenwinter, have a seat by the door, please. Please say your name and date of birth.
Joe Anthony Verdoza, 2996.
Thank you, sir. You're here today on a new case alleging criminal damage, which is a classic felony, and then assault as a misdemeanor. This court did find probable cause and appointed an attorney to assist you. Your next hearing is downtown Phoenix on April 1st at 8:30 in the morning. I looked through your record and you don't have a history of criminality or domestic violence reported, and so you are going to be released under supervised release with an electronic monitor. So in a few hours, they're going to ask you to go through the process of getting an electronic monitor. Make sure to let them know about your commitments and obligations like work or school or people you take care of so they can program that in.
Okay.
When you are released, make sure you follow the conditions of release, which include you're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime or have any contact with the alleged victim, witnesses, or complainants. You may not reside at the same location as the alleged victim, and I do understand that's your residence, so one civil standby is permitted. You can call law enforcement. They will go with you to retrieve necessary things like medication, identification, clothing. They will not resolve property disputes. Okay, so make sure you read through your release conditions carefully so you don't accidentally violate them and that you comply with your electronic monitoring and go to your hearing. If you fail to do any of those things, a warrant may be issued for your arrest that does carry bond.
Okay.
Okay, please take your paperwork. All right. George Chasenwinter, please come to the podium. And then Richard Burns, have a seat by the door, please. Please say your name and date of birth.
George Chasenwinter, 122978.
Thank you, sir. You're here today on three matters. The first one is a new case. It was alleged you may have had dangerous drugs in your possession. That's a Class 4 felony. Drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. And that you had theft or control of stolen property as a misdemeanor. So this court did find probable cause and appointed an attorney to assist you. Your next hearing will be downtown Phoenix on April 1st at 8:30 in the morning. Not April 1st, May 1st. I apologize. It's the next month. So you are going to be released today on your promise to go to that hearing, and you are not to have any contact with the alleged victim, witnesses, or complainants. It looks like you are on probation, so make sure you contact your probation officer within 72 hours of release. Your other matters here are because you do have your 2 probation cases, and there's now new alleged criminal activity that does result in the Term 1 violations. So an attorney has been appointed for you in both your probation cases, and your probation revocation arraignment hearing is set sooner. It's on April 23rd. So you have your probation case April 23rd, and then your new matter out on May 1st. All right. Again, you are being released today under the supervision of your probation officer. So after a few hours when you're released here today, call your probation officer, let them know about your 2 hearing dates, and then go to your hearings. All right. Please take your paperwork, sir. Richard Burns, please come to the podium, and then it will be Guy Ludwig after that. Please say your name and date of birth.
Richard Allen Burns, October 25th, 1964.
Thank you, sir. You're here today on two matters. The first one is a new case that's alleging you may have committed shoplifting with an artifice, that's a Class 4 felony, that you had dangerous drugs in your possession, that's a Class 4 felony, and that you had drug paraphernalia, which is a Class 6 felony. This court did find probable cause and appointed an attorney to assist you. Your next hearing is downtown Phoenix on May 1st at 8:30 in the morning. You are going to be released today under pretrial services, so you need to call them within 72 hours of your release.
Thank you.
Do not return to the scene of the alleged crime or have any contact with the alleged victim, witness, or complainant. And your other matter here today is a municipal court warrant from Peoria. So again, it's alleging shoplifting. There will not be counsel appointed for you. You can hire your own attorney or represent yourself. Your next hearing is at Peoria Municipal Court on May 5th. So you have downtown on the 1st and Peoria on the 5th. This will all be written on your paperwork. You are being released on your promise to go to those hearings.
Yes, ma'am.
Follow the release conditions. Read them carefully to make sure you don't accidentally violate them.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, please take your paperwork, sir. All right, we're at Guy Ludwig. Please come to the podium with counsel, and then after that will be Santiago Leonardo. Please have a seat by the door. All right, and counsel, I did receive your notice of appearance, but just to let you know, since we don't have a court clerk here, you will need to file that downtown in order to be counsel of record going forward.
I will, Judge, and I apologize. It looks like I spelled your name wrong. I apologize.
Not a problem. Okay, so are you here to argue about probable cause or just release conditions?
Just release conditions, Judge.
Okay, thank you. So we're now at, oh, I'm sorry. Would you like to announce?
Thank you, Judge. Good morning. Stacey Hyder on behalf of Mr. Ludwig, who's present in custody, ready to proceed.
Thank you. So we're here today on a new case. It was alleged that there may have been on March 3rd, 2025, theft or obtaining service without paying, which is alleged as a Class 2 felony. So you have an attorney already here, and I have put their information in the record. This court did find probable cause based on the law enforcement report. The next hearing is set for, it's not set yet. Would you like to make your argument?
Yeah, Judge, I wanted to make sure the court was aware that this was a self-surrender. This has actually been going on for approximately 1 month. Mr. Ludwig contacted law enforcement when he found out that they were looking for him, and we arranged to self-surrender. And when we got to the police station this afternoon with Detective Baca was actually very flexible regarding the self-surrender due to my schedule. But so he's been here for a month, hasn't fled. But this is also this is a business victim. This is also somebody who has absolutely no priors. There's no drugs involved. He's lived in Arizona for 40 years. Then he left for 10. He lived in, was it Pennsylvania? Colorado. Lived in Pennsylvania and Colorado, and he's been here for 4 years. He owns a home. He has 3 brothers here. This wasn't a violent offense, and this is obviously his first offense. We've got no drug or alcohol issues. And then he's probation eligible on this. This is his first felony. So I'm going to ask that he be released OR, given that there's really no reason to keep him, obviously, with a bond, and he has no issues that are going to need monitoring. I mean, but for him, a warranted issue. So, and I don't think Detective Baca, and another thing that the court should be aware was I asked Detective Baca why he didn't just submit this long forms and so that the county attorney would issue a summons, and he just said that the new policy is that we arrest when we can arrest. So I don't know really what that means. But my point is that this was something that could have easily been sent down long form. So I would ask that you release him OR. He's going to appear for every court hearing. And that's it, Judge.
All right. Thank you for your appearance today and for your argument. I find them very compelling.
Thank you, Judge.
So, yes, the hearing will be set for May 1st, 8:30 in the morning, downtown Phoenix. You are going to be released today on your promise to go to that hearing, so OR. You are not to return to the scene of the alleged crime or have any contact with the alleged victim, witnesses, or complainants. Although it's a business, it is still considered a victim. So do not leave the state. That's the only other thing that's a little bit odd. All right, all of this will be printed out for you and then emailed to you as well. No, just hard copies today, so you'll get a hard copy. Do you have anything else you would like to address?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
If you'd like a few more minutes, you're welcome to.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Judge. Thank you so much.
All right, Mr. Leonardo.
Yeah, go, he's fine.
And then after Mr. Leonardo, we'll have Fidel Loris Almeida. Please have a seat by the door. Please say your name and date of birth.
Santiago Leonardo, 12/10/1987.
Thank you, sir. You're here today on a justice court warrant. It was alleged that you were driving without a valid license. There is not going to be counsel appointed, but you can hire your own attorney or represent yourself. Your next hearing is at the Moon Valley Justice Court on May 1st at 10 a.m. You are going to be released today on this matter on your promise to go to that hearing. Are you being held in custody for something else?
No.
Okay. Do you have a hearing coming up before May 1st on your other matters?
Yeah.
Okay. So please let them know that you do have this hearing. Hold on to that paperwork. So in case you're still in custody, you can show the next judge, I've got this that I need to go to.
Okay.
Okay. Please take your paperwork. Fidel Loris Almeida, please come to the podium. Giovanni Muro, have a seat by the door. Please say your name and date of birth.
Fidel Loris Almeida, 23rd April 1993.
Thank you, sir. You're here on a new case alleging criminal trespass into a residential structure that is a Class 6 felony. Based on the law enforcement report, this court did find probable cause and appointed an attorney to assist you. Your next hearing will be May 1st at 8:30 in the morning. You are going to be released today on your promise to go to that hearing. You're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime or have any contact with the alleged victim, witnesses, or complainants. I understand you may have some items there, and so one civil standby is still allowed for you to go with law enforcement to collect your belongings. So just show them your court order, but you have to go with law enforcement. You can't go on your own. Okay. All right. So when you're released in a few hours from now, just make sure you review your release conditions and go to your next hearing. Okay. All right. Please take your paperwork.
Thank you.
Giovanni Muro, please come to the podium. Darius Sally, have a seat by the door, please. Please say your name and date of birth.
Giovanni Muro, December 11th, 1994.
Thank you, sir. You're here on a justice court warrant alleging you may have had drug paraphernalia. It's being alleged as a misdemeanor. So there's no counsel appointed for you. You can hire your own attorney or represent yourself. Your next hearing is at Santan Justice Court on May 5th at 9 a.m. You are going to be released today on your promise to go to that hearing and follow the release conditions. One of the release conditions specific for you is not to possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription, and that does include marijuana, THC, or CBD products.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, please take your paperwork. Darius Sally, please come to the podium, and then Dahlia Sally, have a seat by the door, please. Please say your name and date of birth.
Darius Sally, 12/27/2001.
Thank you, sir. You're here on a new case today alleging 4 counts of animal cruelty by neglect, which is a Class 6 felony, and then also neglect or abandonment, which is a misdemeanor. This court did find probable cause based on the law enforcement report and appointed an attorney to assist you. Your next hearing will be downtown Phoenix on May 1st, and that's at 8:30 in the morning. You are going to be released today on your promise to go to that hearing, but also to follow your release conditions.
Okay.
And one of your release conditions is that you may not possess, reside with, or have any contact with animals, whether you own them or not.
Okay.
Okay. Please take your paperwork. Dahlia Sally, please come to the podium. And then Tatiana Lee, have a seat by the door, please. Please say your name and date of birth.
Dalia Sally, 12/14/1997.
Thank you, ma'am. You're here today on a new case alleging 2 counts of animal cruelty by neglect, which is a Class 6 felony, and also 2 counts by abandonment or neglect as a misdemeanor. So an attorney has been appointed to assist you, and your next hearing is downtown Phoenix on May 1st at 8:30 in the morning. You are going to be released today on your promise to go to that hearing, but you do have the release condition that you are not to possess, reside with, or have any contact with any animals, whether you own them or not. Okay, please take your paperwork. Tatiana Lee, please come to the podium. And then after that will be Jose Delgado Rodriguez. Please say your name and your date of birth.
Tatiana Lee, March 30th, 1995.
Thank you, ma'am. So your situation is a little different. We will be having more of a conversation. You're here today as a fugitive of justice, and it's from Iowa. There was a warrant issued for your arrest, and they do want a $5,000 secured appearance bond in order for you to be released. Were you given a placard before the hearing to read?
Yes.
Okay, were you able to review that?
Yes.
Okay, so you now have a choice to make, and I'll just explain it simply and then you can tell me your choice. Choice number one, you can demand to have an extradition hearing. I would set it for April 27th at 1:30 in the afternoon. That is a civil hearing where you could hire an attorney at your own expense. I cannot appoint one. At that hearing, they would determine if a governor's warrant should be issued for your arrest. And then the governors of Arizona and Iowa would have up to 90 days to sign that governor's warrant in order to extradite you. You would be eligible for release under a $5,000 secured appearance bond. Or you can waive all of that and be held in custody with no bond for up to 30 days here in Maricopa County. Maricopa County Sheriff would alert Iowa that you're ready to be picked up, and they would have those 30 days to come and get you. That would start tomorrow if you choose to do that, so it would be 30 days from the 18th. Would you like to demand your hearing or waive your hearing?
Demand my hearing.
Okay. Okay, so I understand you do not want to sign the paperwork at this time. Your bond is set in the amount of $5,000 secured appearance. You will have a hearing in extradition court on April 27th at 1:30 in the afternoon. If you post your bond, make sure you appear at all your court hearings. And because it's a civil hearing, you will need to either hire an attorney or represent yourself. I cannot appoint one for you. All right. They'll provide you with the paperwork in just a moment. Okay. Jose Delgado Rodriguez. Okay. So, un momento, per favor. Is the interpreter now on the line?
Yes.
Okay, great. This is Commissioner Gentry in the initial appearance hearing. I need to ask you if you will swear or affirm that you will directly translate my words from English into Spanish and the defendant's words from Spanish into English exactly as we say them. Do you swear or affirm you will translate exactly as we say our words?
Sir, of course.
Thank you. All right, we will begin. This is the initial appearance hearing.
Esta es la audiencia de comparencia inicial.
I will provide you information that will also be written on your paperwork.
Le proporcionaré información que también constará en su documentación.
Because this is a criminal hearing, you do have the right to remain silent.
Dado que se trata de una audiencia penal, usted tiene derecho a guardar silencio.
Anything you say or do may be held against you.
Todo lo que digas o hagas podría usarse en su contra.
This hearing is being recorded and it is being broadcast live.
Esta audiencia está siendo grabada y transmitida en directo.
Please wait for the interpreter to finish speaking before you speak.
Por favor, espere a que el intérprete termine de hablar antes de intervenir.
Please say your name and your date of birth.
Por favor, diga su nombre y su fecha de nacimiento.
José Delgado, 082179.
José Delgado, 082179.
Thank you. You are here today on a new case.
Gracias. Hoy estás aquí por un nuevo caso.
It's alleged you may have committed aggravated assault, which is a Class 4 felony.
Se alega que usted pudo haber cometido agresión con agravantes, que es una categoría de delito grave.
Also, assault with injury, which is alleged as a misdemeanor.
También se trata de una llamada con heridos que se alega que constituye un delito menor.
An attorney has been appointed to assist you.
Se le ha asignado un abogado para que le ayude.
Your next hearing is downtown Phoenix on April 23rd at 8:30 in the morning.
Su próxima audiencia será en el centro de Phoenix, el 23 de abril a las 8:30 de la mañana.
You are eligible for release under a $50,000 secured appearance bond.
Usted tiene derecho a la libertad bajo fianza de comparencia garantizada por $50,000.
If you post that bond, you would be released with an electronic monitoring device.
Si usted paga esta fianza, será puesto en libertad con un dispositivo de vigilancia electrónica.
You are not to return to the scene of the alleged crime or have any contact with the alleged victim, witness, or complainant.
No debe regresar al lugar del presunto delito ni tener ningún tipo de contacto con la presunta víctima, testigo o denunciante.
You may not reside at the same location as any alleged victim.
No puede residir en el mismo lugar que ninguna presunta víctima.
If that's your residence, you may go one time with law enforcement to get necessary things like your clothing, identification, or medications.
Si esa es su residencia, puede acudir una sola vez con las fuerzas del orden para recoger artículos necesarios como su ropa, identificación o medicamentos.
Do you have someone that you know that could read your release conditions to you in Spanish?
¿Usted conoce a alguien que pueda leerte las condiciones de su liberación en español?
Pues no.
No.
Okay. If you are going to be released from custody, ask for assistance so that you understand your conditions of release and you don't accidentally violate them.
Si va a ser puesto en libertad, solicita ayuda para que comprendas las condiciones de su liberación y no las infrijas accidentalmente.
Okay.
Sí, pero quería preguntarle por qué por la fianza, o sea, no puedo salir entonces.
Well, but I want to ask you, why is on bill? I mean, I can't get out then without to pay.
Okay. So the bond is set based on the state's recommendations due to the high risk of victim lethality.
Por lo tanto, la fianza se fija en función de las recomendaciones del Estado debido al alto riesgo de letalidad de la víctima.
Okay. You do have an attorney. Their phone number is on the second page of your paperwork. And if you have more questions, you can call. They do have Spanish speakers.
Usted tiene un abogado, su número de teléfono está en la segunda página de su documentación y si tiene más preguntas puede llamar si tiene personas que hablan español.
Please take your paperwork, sir.
Sí, gracias.
Por tome sus documentos.
Okay. For the translator, thank you very much for your service to the court. We could not have had that hearing without you.
Sir, this is your Spanish interpreter Sarai, ID 98474-877. Signing off. Have a nice day. Bye-bye.
Bye. So we do have two house calls. We are going to go see Mr. Andrew Guy, who is being uncooperative. He has 4 matters. The first one's a new case alleging narcotic drugs in his possession, which is a Class 4 felony, and drug paraphernalia, which is a Class 6 felony. An attorney has been appointed. His next hearing is April 23rd, 8:30 in the morning. He has a $500 bond and the standard release conditions for somebody who is on standard probation. His other 3 matters are all probation violation warrants because he does have Term 1 violations in all 3 of his cases. So an attorney has been appointed for him in each of those, and his next hearing is April 23rd, 8:30 in the morning, downtown Phoenix, and they each carry a $500 bond. Altogether, Mr. Guy has $2,000 in secured appearance bond with the conditions of a person who's on standard probation. The last individual is James Atkins. We saw him via iPad prior to the hearing beginning. Date of birth 6/19/1988. He has a justice court warrant. I spoke with him and explained to him that an attorney is appointed for him only in a matter of bond. If he's able to post it or be released from custody, he'll need to hire his own attorney or represent himself at his next hearing at El Centro Justice Court, and that's on April 22nd, 8:30 in the morning, and his bond is set at $500. If he's not able to post his bond, I did explain he would be transported to the next hearing. It is not my intention to return to this recording. If there are any changes, they will be reflected on the written document. At this time, the 2 a.m. initial appearance hearing is in recess until 5 a.m.
This is no bond, not bondable, not bailable matters on felony release. So
you guys don't have an escort, I'm gonna be your escort, okay?
okay, you're awesome. So it's no bond. No, because it would say on felony release and no bond. There's no bond.
That's it. So you release them?
No, he's saying, because right here, non-bondable matter, defendant is non-available to the matters excluded by felony release. Second Peter below. Are you in it? Yep. She just walked out.
Gentlemen, stand by. I'm gonna say all right, and we'll stand up, all right? All right.
Please be seated.
That's your key word, is not bond. Yeah. Or that metal one I used to do. No bond. No bond. Sorry.
Okay. Good. Good morning. This is the 5 a.m. initial appearance hearing calendar for April 17th, 2026. The court's orders for taking of DNA and fingerprints that were given on the first calendar of the month shall apply to all matters on this calendar. As you just heard in the recording, this is a very specific type of hearing. I will tell you why you are here, if an attorney has been appointed for you, when and where your next court hearing will be, if you are eligible for release, what your release conditions are, and your bond amount required. I will not read all the release conditions to each of you. That is your responsibility to review, but I may point out a few depending on your case. You're all here today on criminal matters. That means you do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say or do may be held against you. I will only ask you for your name and your date of birth. This hearing is being recorded and it is also being live streamed. So I will read the victim rights advisement and then we'll begin with your hearing. If you are the victim of a crime with a case pending before this court, you are advised that you have rights under Arizona law that among others include the right to be treated with fairness, respect, and dignity. to a speedy trial, to be present at court proceedings, to choose whether or not to be interviewed by the defendant or defendant's attorney, to be heard before the court makes a decision on release, negotiation of a plea, scheduling and sentencing, and to receive restitution from a person who is convicted of causing you loss. If you have not already been provided a written statement of all victims' rights, please contact the Victim Services Division of the Prosecutor's Office. We'll now begin with your hearing. I will call you in one at a time. When it's your turn, come stand at the podium in the center of the room. I will call a second person's name. Please sit in the chair right there by the door so that we can move quickly. Once in a while, I will need to pause the hearings to handle warrants, so please remain seated until you are called to come into the hearing room. At the end of your hearing, you'll be provided with paperwork. It will list out all the information I'm about to give you, including your attorney's phone number, the where, when of your next hearing, and those release conditions that you need to review. Hold on to that paperwork. It is important. We'll begin today with Kelly Flannery. Please come to the podium. And then will be Molly Barnes. Please have a seat by the door. So Kelly Flannery, and then Molly Barnes. Please say your name and your date of birth.
Kelly Flannery, 6588.
Thank you, sir. You're here today on a new case. It was alleged you may have committed 17 counts of trafficking and stolen property, which is a Class 2 felony, 17 counts of organized retail theft, which is a Class 4 felony, 17 counts of organized retail theft with an artifice, meaning you were concealing items, which is a Class 4 felony, 1 count dangerous drugs in your possession, that's a Class 4 felony, and 1 count of having drug paraphernalia, which is a Class 6 felony. This court did find probable cause and appointed an attorney to assist you. Your next hearing is downtown Phoenix on April 23rd at 8:30 in the morning. You are not eligible for release today, sir, because you were already out on felony release in another matter that began in 2025. And so under the Arizona Criminal Rules of Procedure 4.2A7A, you will have a second hearing, and it's an evidentiary hearing April 24th, 1:30 in the afternoon, to determine if you can become eligible for release. All of this information is on your paperwork, including your attorney's phone number. Please take your paperwork, sir, and have a seat. Thank you. Molly Barnes, please come to the podium. Hugh Bingham, have a seat by the door. Okay. Please say your name and your date of birth.
Molly Barnes, April 24, 1997.
Thank you, ma'am. You're here today on 2 matters. The first one is a new case. It is alleged that you may have committed 2 counts of taking the identity of another, which is a Class 4 felony, and 2 counts of forgery, which is a Class 4 felony. This court did find probable cause and appointed an attorney to assist you. Your next hearing is downtown Phoenix on April 23rd at 8:30 in the morning. You are not eligible for release because of another case, a 2025 case that you actually had your second matter, because you were out on felony release and you have maybe committed a new felony. Under these Arizona Criminal Rules of Procedure 4.2A7A, you are not eligible for bond today. But you will have another hearing on April 24th at 1:30 in the afternoon to determine if you can become eligible. Your other matter, as I mentioned, is that failure to appear warrant from your prior case. You did not go to your status conference on August 25th of last year. So you already have an attorney in that existing case. Your next hearing will be April 23rd, 8:30 in the morning, and you have a $500 bond. Don't pay that bond until after you've gone to that bail eligibility hearing. Okay. Please take your paperwork, ma'am. Thank you. Hugh Bingham, please come to the podium. And then after that will be Shane Miller. Please have a seat by the door. Okay. Thank you for your assistance. Please say your name and your date of birth.
Hugh Bingham, January 28th, 1968.
Thank you, sir. You're here today on 2 matters. It looks like they are probation violation warrants. And unfortunately, they are part of the interstate compact warrants, and so you're not eligible for release today. So you have 2 of them, and attorneys have been appointed to assist you on both matters, and your next hearing will be downtown Phoenix on April 23rd at 8:30 in the morning. So for both of them, you are going to see the judge, and you do have an attorney appointed. The information will be on your paperwork. If you need assistance, please make sure you ask the detention officers for what you need in order to talk to your attorneys, but you will not be released until after you go see the probation judges.
All right.
Okay. All right. Please take your paperwork, sir, and they will assist you. Okay. All right, Shane Miller, please come to the podium. And then after that will be Cassius Clayton. Have a seat by the door, please. Please say your name and date of birth.
Shane Miller, 12/23/2006.
Thank you, sir. You're here today because of a new case. It's alleged you may have committed aggravated robbery, which is a Class 3 felony, robbery, which is a Class 4 felony, and then aggravated assault with 2 or more accomplices, which is a Class 4 felony. This court did find probable cause and appointed an attorney to assist you. Your next hearing is April 23rd at 8:30 in the morning. You are still eligible for release. It is under a $100,000 secured appearance bond with an electronic monitoring device. You are not to return to the scene of the alleged crime or have any contact with the alleged victim, witnesses, or complainants, or co-defendants in this case. You're not to possess any weapons, possess or consume any alcohol or drugs without a valid prescription. That does also include simulated weapons like BB guns, pellet guns, and anything like marijuana, THC, or CBD products without a valid prescription. If an order against harassment is issued against you, be sure to comply with that court order. If you're not able to post the bond, you are cautioned that no alleged victim contact or co-defendant contact is still in place, even if you are in custody. Okay, please take your paperwork. Cassius Clayton, please come to the podium. Davian Arnold, have a seat by the door. Please state your name and date of birth.
Cassius Clayton, July 20th, 2007.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on a new case. It was alleged that you may have committed aggravated robbery, which is a Class 3 felony, aggravated assault with 2 or more accomplices, which is a Class 4 felony, and then regular robbery as a Class 4 felony. This court did find probable cause and appointed an attorney to assist you. Your next hearing is downtown Phoenix on April 23rd at 8:30 in the morning, and you do have a secured appearance bond of $100,000 with electronic monitoring and a curfew. If you're able to post the bond, do not return to the scene of the alleged crime or have any contact with the alleged victim, witnesses, co-defendants. You are not to possess any weapons, possess or consume alcohol or drugs without a valid prescription, and that does include simulated weapons like BB guns, pellet guns, or other types, or marijuana, THC, and CBD products without a valid prescription. If an order against harassment, or injunction against harassment is issued against you, be sure to comply with that court order. And you are cautioned that your no-contact orders for co-defendant and victim apply whether you are in custody or out of custody. Please take your paperwork, sir. Davian Arnold, please come to the podium. Gregory Scorza, have a seat by the door, please. Please say your name and date of birth.
Davion Arnold, January 3rd, 2006.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on a new case. It is alleged you may have committed aggravated robbery, which is a Class 3 felony. Also, aggravated assault with 2 or more accomplices, which is a Class 4 felony, and robbery as a Class 4 felony. This court did find probable cause and appointed an attorney to assist you. Your next hearing is downtown Phoenix on April 23rd at 8:30 in the morning. You are still eligible for release under a secured appearance bond of $100,000 with electronic monitoring. You are not to have any contact with the alleged victim, witnesses, or complainants or co-defendants, and you're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime. You're not to have any weapons, consume or possess alcohol or drugs without a valid prescription, and that does include things like simulated weapons, BB guns, pellet guns, or things that may be used as a weapon, or marijuana, THC, or CBD products. You are to obey any injunction against harassment that might be issued against you. And you are cautioned that whether you are in custody or out of custody, the no contact orders with the alleged victim and co-defendants apply. All right, please take your paperwork, sir. Gregory Scorza, please come to the podium, and then Joshua Fleming, please have a seat by the door. And I do understand Mr. Fleming has counsel. Please say your name and date of birth.
Gregory Scores on May 5th, 2000.
Thank you, sir. You're here on a grand jury warrant. It's alleged that in August of 2023, you may have committed 1 count of fraudulent schemes, which is a Class 2 felony, and 1 count impersonating an officer, which is a Class 4 felony. So the grand jury found probable cause and issued a warrant for your arrest. This court is appointing an attorney to assist you. Your next hearing will be downtown Phoenix on April 24th at 8:30 in the morning, and that's a not guilty arraignment. You have a $25,000 cash-only bond. So if you're able to post that bond, go to your hearing. It looks though there is a note that you came from the Federal Bureau of Prisons, so even if you were to post the bond, you would not be released, you would be returned. So go to your hearing, your not guilty arraignment, and get this Arizona case, taken care of. Okay, please take your paperwork, sir. Joshua Fleming, please come to the podium. Irene Sanchez, have a seat by the door.
Good morning, Your Honor. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you. Go ahead and announce.
Good morning. My name is Joanna Baxter. I am appearing on behalf of Joshua Fleming.
Thank you. Are you planning to make an argument about probable cause or only the release conditions?
Well, it looks like he also had a grand jury indictment as well on this one, so release conditions, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. So we're here today on a grand jury warrant. It is alleged that in July of 2020 and then July of 2022, the defendant may have committed having narcotic drugs in his possession for sale, which is a Class 2 felony, money laundering or concealment of the proceeds, Class 3 felony, possession of a weapon in a drug offense, a Class 4 felony, and then having narcotic drugs in their possession, which is a Class 4 felony. So the grand jury reviewed the evidence and found probable cause and issued a warrant for your arrest. Counsel, would you like to go ahead and present your argument on release conditions?
Yeah, Your Honor, I understand that probable cause has been established through the indictment or through the grand jury warrant. However, I have no information as far as the factual basis for assessing release conditions. I'm not sure if you have anything, but without that information, I'm not sure how the court can make any type of meaningful evaluation as far as the dangerousness of my client or flight risk. I'm requesting at this point that he be released with the least restrictive conditions. None of these charges, as far as I'm aware, have any type of dangerous designation on them. And I know at this point, our firm has only been hired specifically for this hearing, but his appearance, having me present, is very telling that he's willing to take these charges very serious and he plans to be involved in following court orders. He does have the support of his family, specifically his mother, who is also willing to help in any manner that she can. I'm asking for a low bond and the least restrictive as far as the release conditions go.
Thank you, counsel. I appreciate your arguments, and you did address many of the factors that I would normally consider. However, similar to your situation, I also do not have the underlying facts for the grand jury's decision. And the grand jury did put their decision in bond request to a judge who did have those facts, and they did set the bond at $10,000. So this court is going to affirm the $10,000 bond, but as far as the other release conditions go, we're not going to impose anything additional. So it's a secured appearance bond, which means you may use a bail bond company at $10,000, and then it's just the standard release conditions of no contact with the arresting officers, no drugs without a valid prescription or driving without a valid license. And the hearing, in case I skipped over that, is April 24th, 8:30 in the morning, downtown Phoenix, and it is a not guilty arraignment. And counsel, if you do choose to go forward with this case, as far as representing your client, you will need to file a notice of appearance downtown with the court clerk. We don't happen to have that here in this facility.
Yes, Your Honor, I understand.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything else you would like to say?
No, thank you for your time, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you for appearing, and they'll give you a copy of the paperwork.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, we are going to pause for just one moment to handle a warrant. Okay, we will resume. Irene Sanchez, please come to the podium. And then Mason Riodo, please have a seat by the door. Please say your name and date of birth.
Irene Sanchez, October 9, 1999.
Thank you, ma'am. You're here today on a new case. It was alleged that you may have committed 7 counts of trafficking stolen property, which is a Class 2 felony, as well as 7 counts of organized retail theft, which is a Class 4 felony. Based on the law enforcement report, this court did find probable cause and appointed an attorney to assist you. Your next hearing will be downtown Phoenix on April 23rd, and that's at 8:30 in the morning. You are eligible for release. It is under a secured appearance bond of $5,000. If you are able to post the bond, you're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime or have any contact with the alleged victim, witnesses, complainants, or co-defendants in this case. You are also prohibited from accessing the internet through any means except for your pending legal case. So you can go online to check the status of your case or correspond with your attorney, but you may not use the internet for anything else. You are not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription or drive a motor vehicle without a license. Do not leave the state while this case is pending without prior authorization from the court. Make sure you review your release conditions and comply with them, and go to your next hearing if you're able to post bond. If you're not able to post your bond, you'll stay in custody and you'll be transported to your next hearing. And the release condition about no victim or co-defendant contact does apply whether or not you are in custody or out of custody. It still applies. Okay, please take your paperwork.
Thank you.
Mason Rioda, please come to the podium. Cooper Bonnie, have a seat by the door, please. Please say your name and your date of birth.
Mason Ruloda, March 3rd, 1979.
Thank you, sir. You're here today on a new case. It was alleged you may have committed 1 count of aggravated domestic violence, which is a Class 5 felony, as well as assault and disorderly conduct. They're both being alleged as misdemeanors. This court did find probable cause and appointed an attorney to assist you. Your next hearing will be downtown Phoenix on April 23rd at 8:30 in the morning. You are eligible for release. It is under a $1,000 secured appearance bond. If you're able to post it, do not return to the scene of the alleged crime or have any contact with the alleged victim, witnesses, or complainants. You are not to reside at the same location as the alleged victim, and I do understand that's your residence, and so a civil standby has been ordered, which means you may call law enforcement and you can go together to retrieve necessary things like medication, identification, or clothing that you might need. You are not to have any drugs without a valid prescription, do not possess or consume alcohol, or possess any weapons. Also, that includes simulated weapons or things like marijuana, THC, or CBD products without a valid prescription. If you cannot post the bond, you will stay in custody and be transported to your next hearing, and the next judge may change these orders. Please take your paperwork, sir. Cooper Bonnie, please come to the podium. Johnny Coulter, have a seat by the door, please. Please say your name and date of birth.
Cooper Boney, since September 7, 1989.
Thank you, sir. You're here today because you failed to go to your non-witness probation violation hearing, and that was on October 14th of 2024. So they issued a warrant for your arrest, and you already have an attorney in that case. Now you have a new court date, April 23rd at 8:30 in the morning. When they issued that warrant for your arrest, they put a $500 bond on it. So if you're able to post your $500 bond, call your probation officer within 72 hours and go to your next hearing, or they will issue another warrant with more. If you cannot post your bond, you will stay in custody and be transported to your next hearing. All right, please take your paperwork. Johnny Coulter, please come to the podium. Cameron Greenfield, please have a seat by the door. Good morning, sir. Please say your name and date of birth.
Johnny Coulter, 11/7/65.
Thank you, sir. You're here because of a probation violation warrant. It was alleged that you may have violated terms 2, 3, 5, and 15, and in 15 it's 1, 3, and 4. So an attorney has been appointed to assist you. Your next hearing is April 23rd, 8:30 in the morning, downtown Phoenix. Your bond is set at $350. It's secured. If you're able to post that bond, call your probation officer within 24 hours because you are on intensive probation, and then go to your hearing. If you're not able to post the bond, you will stay in custody and be transported to your hearing. Please take your paperwork, sir. Cameron Greenfield, please come to the podium. Noah Saucedo, please have a seat by the door. Please say your name and your date of birth.
Cameron Greenfield, 4/12/89.
Thank you, sir. You're here today on a probation violation warrant. It was alleged you violated terms 3, 5, and 15. An attorney has been appointed to assist you. Your next hearing is April 23rd, 8:30 in the morning, downtown Phoenix. You are eligible for release. Your bond is set at $350. If you're able to post your bond, make sure you call your probation officer within 72 hours and go to your hearing. If you cannot post your bond, you'll stay in custody and be transported to your next hearing. Please take your paperwork, sir. Noah Saucedo, please come to the podium. And then Scott Atkinson, have a seat by the door, please. Please say your name and date of birth.
Noah Saucedo, August 3rd, 2002.
Thank you, sir. You're here today because of a municipal court warrant alleging assault and disorderly conduct. They're both being alleged as misdemeanors. An attorney has been appointed for you at your next hearing, and that's in the matter of bond. So your next hearing is at Peoria Municipal Court on April 21st at 9 in the morning. Your bond is set at $250. If you're able to post your bond, you'll need to hire your own attorney to represent you on the merits, or you can represent yourself. If you're not able to post your bond, you'll stay in custody and you'll be transported to your next hearing. Okay, please take your paperwork, sir. Scott Atkinson, please come to the podium, and then Natalie Serrano, have a seat by the door, please. Please say your name and date of birth.
Scott Atkinson, 8/24/82.
Thank you, sir. You're here today on two matters. It looks like they're both out of Peoria Municipal Court. They are a little bit different. One of them is 3 counts disobeying an order of the court from February of this year. The other one is alleging disobeying an order of the court from August of last year. So an attorney has been appointed for you in both of them, but only in the matter of bond. It's $50 on each of them. If you want to fight this on the merits, you will need to hire your own attorney or represent yourself. Your hearing for both cases will be at the Peoria Municipal Court on April 21st at 9 in the morning. And as I said, they're $50 each, so it's a $100 secured appearance bond. If you're able to post it, make sure you go to that hearing and get this taken care of.
Okay,
All right, please take your paperwork.
thank you.
Natalie Serrano, please come to the podium, and then after that will be Eliobed Sanchez Espinosa. Please say your name and date of birth.
Natalie Serrano, 2001.
Is it November 16th?
11/16/2001. I'm
Okay.
so sorry,
Thank
Your
you.
Honor.
No, it's 5 in the morning, I understand.
Sorry.
You're here today on an arrest warrant. It's alleged that in May of last year, you may have had dangerous drugs, which is a Class 4 felony. The state has now brought charges against you. So this court is appointing an attorney to assist you. Your next hearing is at downtown Phoenix on May 1st at 8:30 in the morning. You are going to be released today on your promise to go and to your next hearing. So I do understand that the Form 4 did allege that you gave false information to a police officer. That's what it says. You may dispute that, but definitely go to your next hearing and talk to your attorney about what to do next.
Okay.
If you don't go to your next hearing, they will issue a warrant for your arrest that has a high bond.
Your Honor, I was in rehab, and I have all the proof and evidence to show that I was in rehab
So
all
this
this
is
time.
a new case.
Mhm.
It's not that you missed anything.
Uh-huh.
So they're not alleging that you missed anything. It's a new case. It's
Okay.
called a direct complaint.
Do I just show that to my attorney on my next court date?
Right. So
Okay.
you just go to your next court date, make sure you don't miss that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Please take your
Do
paper.
I get to leave today?
You do.
Thank you. God bless you.
Okay. Un momento, por favor.
Okay.
Is this the translator?
Good morning. Yes, my name is Eric, Spanish interpreter, ID number 8257.
Thank you. This is Commissioner Gentry from the Initial Appearance Hearing Court. I need to ask first if you will swear or affirm that you will directly translate my words from English to Spanish and the defendant's words from Spanish to English exactly as we say them.
I do.
Thank you. We will begin. This is a criminal case, so you have the right to remain silent.
Esto es un caso criminal. Usted tiene el derecho a mantenerse en silencio.
Anything you say or do may be held against you.
Todo lo que usted diga o haga se puede utilizar en su contra.
This hearing is being recorded and it is being broadcast live.
Esta audiencia está siendo grabada y está siendo transmitida en vivo.
Please wait for the interpreter to finish speaking before you speak.
Por favor, permita que el intérprete termine de hablar antes de que usted hable.
Please say your name and your date of birth.
Por favor, diga su nombre y su fecha de nacimiento.
Eliobed Sánchez Espinosa, el 8 de mayo del 98.
Eliobed Sánchez Espinosa, May 8, 1998.
Thank you. You are here today on a new case.
Gracias. Usted está aquí en el día de hoy por un caso nuevo.
It was alleged that you had dangerous drugs in your possession, which is a Class 4 felony.
Usted tiene alegado de que usted tenía drogas peligrosas en su posesión, lo cual es una clase de felonía.
An attorney has been appointed to assist you.
Un abogado se le ha sido asignado para poderle asistir.
Your next hearing is downtown Phoenix on May 1st at 8:30 in the morning.
Su próxima audiencia va a ser en Downtown Phoenix en mayo 1 a las 8:30 de la mañana.
You will be released today on your promise to go to that hearing.
Usted va a ser liberado en el día de hoy con la promesa de que usted se va a presentar a esa audiencia.
One of your release conditions is that you are not allowed to leave the state of Arizona.
Una de las condiciones de su liberación es que usted no está permitido salir del estado de Arizona.
You would need written permission from the court if that's something you need or want to do.
Usted va a necesitar un permiso escrito de la corte si eso es lo que usted quiere hacer o es lo que necesita hacer.
All of this information, including your attorney's phone number, is on your paperwork.
Toda esta información, incluyendo la información de su abogado, está en los documentos que se le dio.
Okay. Please take your paperwork, sir.
Thank you.
Tome sus documentos, señor.
Okay. All right, Mr. Eric, thank you so much for your assistance. That was our only Spanish language defendant.
Well, thank you for calling Lion Bridge. Interpreter 257 is disconnected, Your Honor. Bye now.
Okay, we have a few individuals that we're going to see as house calls. We'll just go through them one at a time. Mr. Pete Valenzuela, date of birth 3/14/1985. Do you know why he's a house call?
Was that Valenzuela?
Yes.
He started acting up here in the court gallery.
Okay.
He's withdrawing and just didn't start following orders.
Okay, so not following directions, makes sense. He's here on a probation violation warrant alleging terms 3 and 5. An attorney has been appointed to assist him. His next hearing is April 23rd, 8:30 in the morning, downtown Phoenix, and he has a $500 bond with the standard release conditions for someone on standard probation. Christina Figueroa, date of birth 8/28/1982, also a probation violation, alleging terms 3 and 5. An attorney has been appointed to assist her. Her next hearing is April 23rd, 8:30 in the morning, downtown Phoenix, with a $500 bond and standard release conditions for someone on standard probation. The next individual is Nathaniel Summer, date of birth 8/6/1981. This is a new case alleging aggravated assault on a first responder, which is a Class 4 felony, criminal trespass in a residential structure, which is a Class 6 felony, and then disorderly conduct as a misdemeanor. He is in isolation due to unsafe behavior. So an attorney has been appointed to assist him. His next hearing is April 23rd, 8:30 in the morning. He has a $500 secured appearance bond. If he's able to post that, he would have electronic monitoring and release conditions, including those standards for no contact with the alleged victim, witnesses, or complainants, do not return to the scene of the alleged crime, no weapons, drugs, alcohol, and that includes THC, marijuana, or any, and not to leave the state. The last individual is Matthew Sims, date of birth 12/10/1977. He is also in isolation due to unsafe behavior. He has 2 matters: a new case alleging taking contraband into a correctional facility, Class 2 felony, narcotic drugs in his possession, Class 4 felony, and then criminal damage, assault, and disorderly conduct, all alleged as misdemeanors. An attorney has been appointed for him. His next hearing is April 23rd, 8:30 in the morning, and he has a secured appearance bond in his new case of $5,000 with standard release conditions for someone on probation, the 72 hours. However, because of his probation case, he does have a Term 1 violation, and he is going to be held no bond under Arizona Rules of Criminal Procedure 7.2c, because he is most likely to receive a period of incarceration due to the new allegations in his new case. So an attorney has been appointed to assist him. His next hearing is April 23rd, 8:30 in the morning, downtown Phoenix, and he has no release conditions because he is not eligible for release. It is not my intention to return to this recording. If there are any changes to these orders, they will be reflected in the written document. At this time, the 5 a.m. initial appearance hearing calendar is in recess until 8 a.m.
calendar. I will call you each one at a time to the podium. I'll provide a second name to sit in the chair outside of this room. I will let you know what you are here for, if I have appointed an attorney, if you have a bond, and what your release conditions are. We will also go over the victim's rights advisement. If you're the victim of a crime with a case pending before this court, you are advised that you have rights under Arizona law that, among others, include the right to be treated with fairness, respect and dignity, to a speedy trial, to be present at court proceedings, to choose whether or not to be interviewed by the defendant or the defendant's attorney, to be heard before the court makes a decision on release, negotiation of a plea, scheduling and sentencing, and to receive restitution from a person who is convicted of causing you loss. If you have not already been provided with a written statement of all victims' rights, please contact the Victim Services Division of the Prosecutor's Office. If we could start with Ms. Holloway to the podium. Is 14 in here yet? Do you know?
We're gonna go to the straight podium.
Is Mr. Quinones in here yet? Do you know? No. Okay. We can just leave him there. If I can have Mr. Munoz Morales to the chair. Good morning, ma'am. May I get your name and date of birth?
LaRue Holloway, 9/15/77.
Thank you, ma'am. You are here today on a failure to appear bench warrant that was issued for you. I am going to affirm the attorney that was previously appointed to represent you and set a status conference April 23rd at 8:30 in the morning. In this case, you are being held non-bondable, so you won't be able to post bond at this time. You will remain in custody until at least your hearing on April 23rd at 8:30. This will be in your paperwork, ma'am. Did you have any questions?
Well, the reason why I didn't make it was because of my transportation, she got ill. And I called my attorney and everything, and I told her what was going on, and she e-filed a request to quash the warrant and to reset the date.
And I do see that, and it does look like they did reset it, and that was scheduled for yesterday.
I never got word of it. My purse was stolen, and I've been really going through a lot of stuff.
So unfortunately, the warrant did issue because you originally failed to appear. Your attorney did file the motion to quash. You failed to appear again at that second hearing.
I didn't know that they did it. Somebody stole my purse. I had my phone and everything in it. I tried to call my attorney. The phone wasn't working. I called her several times, and the phone just went straight to, like, disconnect.
I understand, ma'am. Unfortunately, at this time, they have set a no bond on this case, so you will remain in custody until your next hearing on April 23rd, okay? And we'll need to reprint number 17. If you'll take a seat in the gallery, they'll bring out that paperwork to you, okay?
There you are.
We do need to reprint that.
Oh, you gotta reprint? Okay, we'll bring it out to you.
And did Raphael make it in here? Yes. All right. Can I have Raphael to the podium? May I get your name and date of birth?
Rafael Quinones Jr., 3391.
Thank you, sir. It does look like you are here today on two cases. You're here on some new charges as well as your probation case. Your new charges are for 7 counts of trafficking stolen property, a Class 2 felony, and 7 counts of organized retail theft, a Class 4 felony. And then because you were on probation at the time of this alleged offense, you're here on a Term 1 probation violation. I am finding probable cause and appointing an attorney to represent you in these cases. You have 2 hearings coming up. It starts with a status conference and a probation revocation hearing on April 23rd at 8:30, a preliminary hearing April 27th at 8:30. On your new charges, you have a secured appearance bond of $10,000. On your probation case, it's $1,000 for a total of $11,000. In the event you post that bond and are released from custody, you do have written conditions. You're not to return to the scene of any alleged crime, no contact with any alleged victim, complainant, witness, no contact with any co-defendants, and you must contact your probation officer within 72 hours. This will be in your paperwork, sir. Do you have any questions?
I had some, I lost them, but I don't know if you saw I have another case, like I have to self-surrender from Wingard, if you've seen that.
I did.
So I have to self-surrender, like, is that gonna affect anything like that, or, like, if I get bailed, I just come in and out and just do my court dates?
So if you post your bond, you'd be released from custody as it relates to this case. Then you need to make sure you attended these hearings. I don't know if the times that you have to self-surrender on the other case, if it's going to overlap with any of your hearing dates. You need to kind of coordinate that. I'm not sure when your next date is. I saw a brief information that that was going on, but it didn't give me a breakdown of the actual dates. So you are going to need to coordinate that. Your next two hearings are April 23rd and April 27th. So that's next week.
Yeah, I have to self-surrender May 1st.
Okay, so those two hearings sounds like they'll be fine. Let your attorney know when you meet with that attorney on April 23rd so they can make sure that all of that coincides and works out together.
And then how is it a probation violation because I got new charges?
That's the allegation is because you have new charges, it's a term 1 violation of your probation, which is you are to comply with all laws.
Yeah, but how is it just allegations? If like I don't understand that part. It's just allegations at this point.
So just like the new petition is just allegations and you haven't been found guilty, you haven't been found
innocent.
Well, no, at this time as it relates to your term 1 violation, I'm setting a hearing so the probation department can address the concerns that you may have violated those conditions, but I'm not finding you guilty of violating your probation.
And that's another thing. I don't know how I violated if I've been in jail. You know what I mean? I've been in jail in and out since January 9th. I don't understand how I've been able to violate any, terms or do anything.
I'm not sure if I completely understand what you're saying. Essentially, they allege that you committed some offense as it relates to organized retail theft. There's allegations that things were stolen from stores around the valley and that you resold those things using eBay. As a result of the allegations that you did those things, they are alleging that as a result of that, you violated term 1 of your probation, which does require that you comply with all laws.
Okay, and then the second part on the $11,000 bond, is it still 10% of all of that, or is it the full $1,000 for the probation and then the $100 or the $1,000 for the just to get bonded out? So $2,000 total, or is it just $1,100?
So your bond is $11,000.
And I have to.
It is secured, meaning you can use a bail bonding company. Bail bonding companies are typically going to be 10% plus collateral, but you would have to make a contract with them, and they will dictate the terms of that.
Okay, so and I'll get paperwork with all my dates and all that stuff right now?
Yeah, so when you step over in a moment, they'll give you the paperwork, dates, times, locations, and then we'll take you to processing to give you the instructions on how to get that.
And then I'll be able to be bonded out today,
If
correct?
you post the bond, you would be released from custody. It takes about 4 to 6 hours once it's been posted.
Okay.
Okay? It goes up to your left. The officer will get you that paperwork. Mr. Munoz Morales to the podium.
Good morning, Your Honor. Fernando Venegas, the Interpreter's Office.
Good morning, Fernando. I did not know we had you on the line. I don't have anybody listed as an LEP this morning. Since I have you on the line, do you want to just make a general call to the gallery?
Thank you, Your Honor. ¿Alguien aquí ocupará interpretación en español? ¿Alguien aquí no habla inglés y requiere intérprete? Puede levantar su mano o diga su nombre que requiere intérprete en español.
All right. Nobody has indicated that they will need your services. I do appreciate you joining us this morning, but feel free to disconnect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good day.
Thank you. You too. All right. And then I will need Mr. Reyes to the chair, please. All right. Good morning. Can I get your name and date of birth?
Jorge Munoz Morales, February 4th, 1999.
Thank you, sir. It does look like you are here today because a direct complaint was filed on April 6th of 2026. It has an offense date of February 3rd of 2026 for 1 count of narcotic drug possession, a class 4 felony. I'm appointing an attorney to represent you and setting a status conference April 23rd at 8:30, a preliminary hearing April 27th at 8:30. In this case, you do have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $5,000. In the event you post that bond and are released from custody, you have written conditions. You're not to possess weapons or alcohol, and you must contact your probation officer within 72 hours of release. This will all be in your paperwork, sir. Did you have any questions?
I'm just saying, so since this charge, I got caught on the 22nd for all the other charges. This same charge was supposed to be charged with the other charges, and it just barely came. They just barely submitted the paperwork. The labs barely came back, so I don't understand why I'm being held in custody for something that was due to the same case as what I got the case going on in April 22nd. You know, like it happened with the same arrest, with the same cops that arrested me, and I just got bonded out for all my charges, Chandler misdemeanors and for the felonies, and I was out on bail. I gotta go to sober living this morning. My PO knows that I got a checkup for my probation officer on the 21st of April. Like, I was doing everything that I needed to do. and this warrant pops up. I went to court on April 14th. They said that this got issued April 6th. I should have been arrested at court when I went for my misdemeanors. I was never arrested.
Sometimes it doesn't always pop up, so I don't know why you weren't arrested, because the warrant was signed on April 6th. It might not have populated in the system, because...
I went to court April 14th.
I understand. I mean, that seems to happen fairly often. People come in here and tell me they were at court and they didn't get arrested on a previous warrant. I don't know why that happens. If you were just before a judge, they might not have run your information to see if there was an active warrant. So that may have been why, but I don't have the exact information. I'm just looking up the other information that you relayed. So let me just take a look at that. So it looks like a direct complaint was previously filed in February, and, well, you were in custody that day. And it looks like you were released on your own recognizance. Let me see what the charges were there. It doesn't list anything in there related to a narcotic drug charge.
The charge was prolonged.
But even in the, initial, pre-filing, it doesn't list that. Let me see what the Form 4 says. So if I understand what this says correctly, it looks like you were arrested for a burglary case, and the allegations are that at the time of the arrest, they located a substance, which they're now alleging is a narcotic.
Right.
And as a result of that, they issued this warrant. Let me see what's going on in the case that you already have been going through the court.
I got court on the 22nd of April.
Okay, so it does look like you appeared for the hearing on March 19th. You pled not guilty, and then the hearings were set with your next hearing set on April 22nd at 8:15 for Commissioner Henderson.
I've been appearing for all my hearings while I was on bail out there.
Are you currently still residing at or receiving mail at the location on...
815?
No, it's 266 North Hamilton.
No, I'm locating at an apartment, which is my girlfriend's apartment at 815 West Ray Road.
Do you have access to get mail at that 266 North
Yes.
Hamilton? You do? Okay, so mail was sent there, and...
Wait, at the Hamilton apartment?
Yeah.
Oh, no. That one, no, we were kicked out of that.
Okay, so you don't have access to that.
No.
Okay, so when you go to your hearing on April 22nd, make sure you get your address updated with the clerk of court, because in that case, they mailed you some information, and it looks like you didn't receive it because it went to that Hamilton address, and it doesn't have an apartment number. So that got returned, and you don't want to fail to appear at any hearings because you didn't know. It sounds like you know because you were at the last hearing, and you told me your next hearing is April 22nd. That is accurate at 8:15. So make sure you go to that hearing, but update your address while you're there on that case. And then in this case, so let's just look at the notes at what they put on this warrant. It does look like they've indicated, looks like you have some other open cases.
It's all for the same thing. They found that on me when I was doing the burglary, and they didn't like charge me for it.
All right. So I'm not going to be able to combine the hearings for the two cases. Once you have your first hearing on this case, talk to your attorney to see if there's something they can do. I will release you on your own recognizance today based on the circumstances. I'm going to give you different hearing dates than what I just gave you. But again, you're now going to have both cases going.
So it's not going to be combined either?
I don't know if they will. Your attorney would have to file the proper paperwork to see if that can happen. As of right now, it's not.
Okay.
So do you promise to appear at these hearings if I give you new hearing dates of May 1st and May 5th?
Of course.
Okay. So we will set your hearings May 1st and May 5th on this narcotic drug charge. Still attend your other hearings. Talk to your attorney when you go on April 22nd. Bring this paperwork. Let them know that you have this case now going as well, and see if there's anything they can do to at least align the hearing dates, okay?
All right.
All right. When you're released, make sure you contact your probation officer within 72 hours as well, okay?
I will.
All right. Okay, so you'll have an attorney in this case. It'll be the same one as in your other case. Again, talk to him, see if you can get things coordinated, but don't fail to appear on any of these hearings, okay?
I won't.
All right, take a seat in the gallery. We'll bring you out that paperwork.
Thank you.
Mr. Reyes to the podium, and Mr. Winston to the chair. May I get your name and date of birth?
Candelario, Jesus Reyes, 7/22/82.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on a new case. It is for one count of aggravated DUI, a Class 4 felony. Probable cause has been found, and I am appointing an attorney to represent you. You're going to have a status conference April 23rd at 8:30, and a preliminary hearing April 27th at 8:30. In this case, you do have a secured appearance bond of $5,000. In the event you post that bond, you will be released to the supervision of pretrial services. You'll have alcohol, drug testing, and monitoring. You also have written conditions of release. You're not to possess or consume drugs without a valid prescription. You're not to possess or consume alcohol, and you're ordered not to drive a motor vehicle at any time. This will all be in your paperwork, sir. Did you have any questions?
Yes, Your Honor. So you gave me a bond of $5,000?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Anything further?
What were my court dates again? April?
April 23rd and April 27th. April 23rd is next Thursday.
Okay.
Okay? If you'll step to your left, the officer will get you that paperwork. Mr. Winston to the podium. Wilson Musa to the chair.
Hello, ma'am.
May I get your name and date of birth?
Larry Winston in 12/11/1993.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on a new case. It is for one count of aggravated assault involving a deadly weapon or dangerous instrument, a Class 2 felony. Probable cause has been found, and I am appointing an attorney to represent you. You're going to have a status conference April 23rd at 8:30, and a preliminary hearing April 27th at 8:30. In this case, you do have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $5,000. In the event you post that bond and are released from custody, you do have written conditions. You're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime, no contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness, and you may not possess any weapons. This will all be in your paperwork, sir. Did you have any questions?
Yes, ma'am. They did relinquish. They possessed my firearm and all that stuff like that. So, and they gave me a copy in writing all of that.
Okay.
Of that.
So if you have any other weapons, just make sure you don't have those in your home.
Yes, ma'am. No, trust me. I am not. Thank you, Judge.
Anything further, sir?
No, ma'am.
Okay, please take a step to your left. The officer will get you that paperwork. Wilson Musa to the podium. Jeffrey Allen to the chair.
Good morning.
May I get your name and date of birth?
Wilson Musa, 01/01/2002.
Thank you, sir. It does look like you are here today on a new case. It is for one count of theft means of transportation, a Class 4 felony. Probable cause has been found, and I am appointing an attorney to represent you. You do have a status conference April 23rd at 8:30, and a preliminary hearing April 27th at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $2,500. In the event you post that bond and are released from custody, you do have written conditions. You're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime, no contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness, and no contact with any co-defendants. And I do note you do have a warrant from the city of Phoenix with a bond of $1,000, so this would be in addition to that. You will likely see the city of Phoenix judge at either 10 a.m. or 4 p.m. today to address that case.
All right.
This will be in your paperwork, sir. Did you have any questions?
No.
Please take a step to your left, and the officer will get you that.
Thank you.
Jeffrey Allen to the podium. Angel Flores to the chair.
Remove your hat.
Can I get your name and date of birth?
Jeffrey Allen, October 4th, 1980.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on a failure to appear bench warrant that was issued for you related to a DUI case. I'm going to affirm the attorney previously appointed and set a status conference April 27th at 8:30. In this case, you have a secured appearance bond of $2,500. In the event you postpone and are released from custody, you do have written conditions. You're not to possess or consume drugs without a valid prescription. You're not to possess or consume any alcohol. You're also going to need to ensure that you attend all of your future hearings. If you were to fail to appear again, another warrant would issue, and then you'd also forfeit the bond that you posted. This will be in your paperwork, sir. Did you have any questions?
Did you say you're going to appoint the same attorney?
Yeah, so the attorney that was already appointed in this case will remain on there. Anything further, sir?
No.
Please take a step to your left, and the officer will get you that paperwork. Angel Flores to the podium. Ira Gray to the chair. Can I get your name and date of birth?
Angel Flores, 1982.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on a failure to appear bench warrant that was issued for you related to a pending case for a narcotic drug and drug paraphernalia charge. I'm affirming the attorney that was previously appointed to represent you and giving you some new hearing dates. You will have a status conference April 23rd at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing April 27th at 8:30. In this case, you have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. In the event you postpone and are released from custody, you do have written conditions of release. You're not to possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. You're not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. And then you'll need to ensure that you attend all of your future hearings. If you fail to appear, another warrant would issue, and then you'd forfeit any bond that you posted. This will be in your paperwork, sir. Did you have any questions?
No.
Please take a step to your left, and the officer will get you that paperwork.
Here you are.
Ira Gray to the podium. Alex to the chair. May I get your name and date of birth?
Ira Gray, date of birth 09/21/1964.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on a failure to appear bench warrant that was issued for you. I am going to affirm the attorney that was previously appointed to represent you and set a status conference April 21st at 9:30. You do have a cash bond in the amount of $100. In the event you postpone and are released from custody, you will have written conditions. You may not possess weapons or alcohol, and you must contact your probation officer within 72 hours. This will be in your paperwork, sir. Did you have any questions?
No.
Please take a step to your left, and the officer will get you that paperwork.
All right. Thank you.
Here you are.
And Alex to the podium. Sean Murrell to the chair.
Good morning.
I may have the wrong person. Can I get your name?
Alexis Urrea. Urrea, Alexis.
I wonder if I have two. Can I have you take a seat back in the gallery? I'll call you in a moment. And I apologize. It's Alexyz.
Oh,
Look, he's coming.
There he is. Yeah.
Sorry about that. I probably completely said your name wrong. You didn't know it was you. Can I get your full name and date of birth?
Alexis Alejandro, 11-0501.
Thank you, sir. It does look like you are here today on a new case. It is for one count of theft, a Class 2 felony, one count of trafficking stolen property, a Class 2 felony, and one count of burglary, a Class 4 felony. Probable cause has been found, and I am appointing an attorney to represent you. You're going to have a status conference May 1st at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing May 5th at 8:30. I have reviewed the allegations in this case along with the state's recommendation. I do have some concerns in this case. The state is requesting a $15,000 bond based on the charges. What I have decided to do is to release you to the supervision of pretrial services, but you'll be equipped with electronic monitoring. And you're going to have written conditions. You're not to return to the scene of any alleged crime, no contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness, and no contact with any co-defendants. This will be in your paperwork. Did you have any questions?
Yeah, sorry, I can't repeat all that.
Sure. So you're here on some new charges. I've appointed an attorney to represent you. You have some hearings that you're going to need to make sure you attend. Those hearings are on May 1st and May 5th at 8:30 in the morning. I'm releasing you today, but you will be equipped with electronic monitoring prior to being released from custody. Once you're out in the community, you have release conditions. Those things include not returning to the scene of any alleged crime, no contact with any victims, and no contact with co-defendants. All of this will be in your paperwork, but that's an overview of your release conditions. Did you have any further questions, or did that help clarify everything? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so step to your left, the officer will get you that paperwork. John Murrell to the podium, and now Alexis Uria to the chair. May I get your name and date of birth?
Sean Marcus Morrell, 8/24/91.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on a new case. It is for 1 count of dangerous drug possession, a Class 4 felony, 1 count of drug paraphernalia possession, a Class 6 felony. Probable cause has been found, and I am appointing an attorney to represent you. You have a status conference, May 1st at 8:30, and a preliminary hearing, May 5th at 8:30. I am going to release you to the supervision of pretrial services. You do have written conditions of release. You're not to possess weapons. You're not to possess drugs without a valid prescription. You'll get an envelope with your paperwork. You need to ensure that you contact pretrial services within 72 hours of your release. Did you have any questions, sir?
No, ma'am.
Please take a step to your left, and the officer will get that for you.
Thank you.
Alexis Uria to the podium. Ahmed to the chair. All right, can I get your name and date of birth?
Alexis Urrea, 09/17/2002.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on a new case. It is for 1 count of unlawful means of transportation, a Class 3 felony. Probable cause has been found, and I am appointing an attorney to represent you. You're going to have a status conference, May 1st at 8:30, and a preliminary hearing, May 5th at 8:30. I am going to release you today on your own recognizance. This is your promise to appear at these hearings. You do have written conditions. You're not to return to the scene of any alleged crime, no contact with any alleged victims. You're also going to need to ensure that you attend all of your future hearings. If you fail to appear at any of the hearings, a warrant will issue, and then you will be held on bond. This will be in your paperwork. Did you have any questions?
I don't.
Please take a step to your left, and the officer will get you
Thank
that.
you,
Thank you,
ma'am.
sir. Ahmed to the podium. Sayadel Michael to the chair. May I get your name and date of birth?
Ahmed Shawiz, July 15, 2003.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on a new case. It is for 1 count of unlawful means of transportation as a passenger, a Class 6 felony. Probable cause has been found, and I'm appointing an attorney to represent you. I am going to set a status conference, May 1st at 8:30, and a preliminary hearing, May 5th at 8:30. I am going to release you today on your own recognizance. This is your promise to appear at these hearings. You do have written conditions of release. You're not to have any contact with any alleged victims, complainants, or witnesses, and no contact with any co-defendants. You'll need to ensure you attend all of your hearings. If you fail to appear, a warrant will issue, and then you will be held on bond at your future hearing. Did you have any questions, sir?
No.
Please take a step to your left. The officer will get you that paperwork.
Here you are.
Mr. Michael to the podium. Mr. Anthony to the chair. May I get your name and date of birth?
It's Seidel Michael, 2008, February 23.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on a new case. You are here for 1 count of unlawful means of transportation as a passenger, a Class 6 felony. Probable cause has been found, and I am appointing an attorney to represent you. You're going to have a status conference, May 1st at 8:30, and a preliminary hearing, May 5th at 8:30. I am going to release you today on your own recognizance. That is your promise to appear at these hearings. You do have written conditions. You're not to initiate contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness, no contact with co-defendants, and then you'll need to ensure that you attend all of your future hearings. If you fail to appear at any of these hearings, a warrant will issue, and then you'll be held on bond at your next hearing. Do you have any questions, sir?
No, ma'am.
Please take a step to your left. The officer will get that for you. Mr. Anthony to the podium. Ms. Lawrence to the chair. May I get your name and date of birth?
Attila O.J. Anthony, 7874.
Thank you, sir. You're here today because a direct complaint was filed. It has an offense date of January 4th of 2025 for 1 count of discharging a firearm in city limits, a Class 6 felony. I'm appointing an attorney to represent you and setting a status conference, May 1st at 8:30, and a preliminary hearing, May 5th at 8:30. I am releasing you today to the supervision of pretrial services. You do have written conditions of release. You're not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription. You're not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. And then you'll get an envelope with your paperwork. You'll need to read the instructions and contact pretrial services within 72 hours of your release. This will be in your paperwork, sir. Did you have any questions?
Yes, I was told I was here for a bench warrant because I missed my case. They sent all my paperwork to the wrong address. So I turned myself in yesterday when I got the mail.
So a warrant did issue. Let's take a look. It looks like they filed this direct complaint March 11th of 2026. They sent a summons the same day, but your mail was returned.
Yeah,
So you failed to appear at the hearing, and as a result of that, this warrant issued. So the charges are from January of 2025 related to the discharging of firearm in city limits, but it does look like you are here for failing to appear at a hearing because you didn't get notice.
I didn't get notice because I got evicted, and I changed my address that day. I moved into a new place the next day, but I didn't get any mail. So I got the mail that was certified to that place, finally came to my place today, well, yesterday, but the hearing had already passed. So they told me I just had to pay the $50 and that I would be released, but nobody would take it yesterday.
Yeah, once the warrant issues, you have to see a judge. I'm not requiring you to pay the $50 bond. You're going to get released from custody. I've given you some new hearing dates. Just make sure you attend those hearings and comply with your release conditions. But the requirement to pay the $50 bond will not be necessary today. Okay? Anything further?
No.
All right, take a step to your left. The officer will get you that.
Thank you.
Ms. Lawrence to the podium. Ms. Andrews to the chair.
Great podium? No, you can keep that.
May I get your name and date of birth?
Hannah Lawrence, November 30th, 2002.
Thank you, ma'am. You are here today on a new case. It is for 1 count of assault, class 1 misdemeanor. Probable cause has been found, and I am appointing an attorney to represent you. You're going to have an arraignment hearing. This will take place in the Arrowhead Justice Court on May 5th at 2 p.m. I am going to release you today on your own recognizance. That is your promise to appear at this hearing, but you do have written conditions of release. You're not to initiate contact with any alleged victim. You're not to possess or consume drugs without a valid prescription. And then you'll just need to ensure that you attend all of your future hearings. Otherwise, a warrant will issue, and then you'll likely be held on bond at that next hearing. Do you have any questions, ma'am?
No, ma'am.
Please take a step to your left, and the officer will get you that paperwork. Haley Andrews to the podium. Benjamin Remchek to the chair. May I get your name and date of birth?
Haley Andrews, 1294.
Thank you, ma'am. You are here today on a new case. It is for 1 count of assault, a class 1 misdemeanor. Probable cause has been found, and I am appointing an attorney to represent you. You're going to have an arraignment hearing in the Arrowhead Justice Court on May 5th at 2 p.m. I am going to release you today on your own recognizance. That is your promise to appear at this hearing. You do have written conditions. You're not to initiate contact with any alleged victims. You're not to possess or consume drugs without a valid prescription. And then you'll need to ensure that you attend all of your hearings. If you fail to appear, a warrant will issue, and then you'll likely be held on bond at that future hearing. Did you have any questions?
Yeah, I don't live here. I'm in Michigan, and I'm due to be back tomorrow. So what can I do?
So you're not required to stay within Arizona as it relates to these charges because it is a misdemeanor charge, but I do have to give you this hearing date. I've included the Arrowhead Justice Court phone number in the paperwork. You can contact them to see if they have any methods that would allow you to appear virtually, but you would need to get that permission specifically from them with their instructions. If they don't grant that, then you would have to appear here for that hearing on May 5th.
So I would have to come back.
If Arrowhead Justice Court does not allow virtual appearances, so my recommendation would be to contact them. Again, their phone number and location will be in your paperwork. They'll be the ones that will have the information as to whether or not that's something that they allow and have access to.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank
Just up to your left, the officer will get you that paperwork. Benjamin Remchek to the podium. Steve Nixon to the chair. May I get your name and date of birth?
Benjamin Remchek, October 28, 1985.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on a new case. It is for 1 count of criminal damage, a class 2 misdemeanor. I am finding probable cause. However, I am not finding that you are indigent, so I'm not appointing an attorney, but you may hire one at your own expense if you would like. You're going to have an arraignment hearing in the Hacienda Justice Court, May 6th at 9 a.m. I am going to release you today on your own recognizance. This is your promise to appear at this hearing, but you do have written conditions of release, and I'm going to caution you to read them carefully because you do have an alleged victim in this case, which I believe to be your spouse. So you can have contact with the alleged victim if the alleged victim consents to that contact. However, if the alleged victim does not consent to the contact, you may not have contact during the pendency of this case or until your release orders are changed by another judge. In that case, if they do not consent to contact, you will have to find an alternative residence. You may contact law enforcement for one civil standby to collect your belongings if that ends up being necessary, okay? This will be listed in your paperwork. Did you have any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Please take a step to your left. The officer will get you that.
Thank you.
Steve Nixon to the podium. Duran Stamps to the chair. Can I get your name and date of birth?
Steve Nixon, 10/23/72.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on a warrant that was issued from the East Mesa Justice Court. It is for a failure to comply or failure to pay warrant related to a previous charge from driving with a license that was suspended, revoked, or canceled. Due to the nature of your charges, you're not entitled to court-appointed counsel. You're going to have an arraignment hearing in the East Mesa Justice Court, May 6th at 9 a.m. I am going to release you today on your own recognizance. That is your promise to appear. You do have written conditions. You're not to possess or consume drugs without a valid prescription. You're not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. I've also included the phone number for the East Mesa Justice Court. You may want to contact them if it is a matter of paying fines. You may be able to resolve that. But if they don't vacate that hearing, make sure you attend that on May 6th at 9 a.m., okay?
I just want to say that I did make an arrangement already. I was supposed to go in Monday, but I also had another case Monday, so just to rearrange the payment thing. So it's already been arranged already, but
Okay.
yes.
Contact them.
Okay.
Again, they may not
Okay.
require you to come in if you start making payments,
Okay.
but you need that permission from
Yes, ma'am.
them to
Yes,
avoid
ma'am.
the hearing, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Dayron Stamps to the podium. Can I get your name and date of birth?
Yeah, Dayron Stamps and 3/29/95.
Thank you, sir. You're here today because a direct complaint was filed. It has an offense date of March 6th of 2025 for one count of unlawful flight from a law enforcement vehicle, a Class 5 felony, and one count of driving with a license that was suspended, revoked, or canceled, a Class 1 misdemeanor. I'm appointing an attorney and setting a status conference May 1st at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing May 5th at 8:30. I am going to release you today on your own recognizance. That is your promise to appear. You do have written conditions. You're not to possess or consume drugs without a valid prescription, and you may not drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. This will all be in your paperwork, sir. Did you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
Please take a step to your left. The officer will get you that paperwork. Thank you, sir. Good morning, Ms. Gant. Good morning. And then we will just take a brief recess while we wait to clear the courtroom. Thank you.
You're here? They need to go there. That's the first one. Huh? They can't change it, they can't know it. So I just made it to come. Yep.
I am going to change the order a little bit for the last three because we do have the county attorney here on Miguel Veza, so I'm going to start with that one.
Okay, which one is it?
Miguel, and last name is Vezie.
Oh, okay, and courtroom has to be clear from this point on. She's gonna take all the traffic right now.
No problem, thank you.
The other.
You're gonna make one single line at the big open door. Haley Andrews. Hannah Moore.
So Betsy, Curtis, and Amala can all remain in the courtroom, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
You're gonna make one single line with that. Open the door. No, you're gonna hold there, make a line. Ahmed. Fire it out. Last name Anthony. John. Alexis. George Morales. Benjamin. Steve. Javon.
We're good.
Wonderful, thank you. If I could have Miguel Vezi to the podium and Komla Allah to the chair. Can I get your name and date of birth?
Miguel Avizzi, and then date of birth 03/11/2000.
Thank you, sir. And can I get the state's appearance for the record, please?
Brooke Gahn on behalf of the state, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Gaunt. Sir, we are here today on a new case. It is for one count of sexual conduct with a minor, a Class 6 felony. Before we move forward, Ms. Gaunt, was there a request you wanted to put on the record?
Yes, Your Honor. The state would ask to seal the Form 4 because it contains personally identifiable information regarding the minor victim.
And that request has been granted. And so, sir, essentially what that means is the alleged victim in this case, her identifiable information was in the Form 4 that would normally be available to the public, and because that victim is a minor, we are going to seal that so this information will not be available to the public. And then we'll just go back to what we were talking about. So you're here for one count of sexual conduct with a minor, a Class 6 felony. I am finding probable cause and appointing an attorney to represent you. You're going to have some hearings coming up. It's going to start with a status conference, April 23rd at 8:30. And a preliminary hearing April 27th at 8:30. And Ms. Gaunt, I did review your recommendation. Since you're here, was there anything you wanted to add to the record?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Gaunt. I am setting a cash bond in the amount of $25,000. In the event you post that bond, you'll be released to the supervision of pretrial services and you'll be equipped with electronic monitoring. You will also have written conditions. You're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime, no contact with the alleged victim, complainant, or witness, and no contact with any minors. This will all be in your paperwork, sir. Did you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
If you'll take a step to your left, the officer will get you that paperwork. Thank you, sir.
And may I be excused, Your Honor?
Absolutely. Thank you for being
Can I
here.
have a sheet out there?
Can I have Mr. Alla to the podium and Mr. Curtis to the chair? Just one moment. Did that work? Awesome. Okay. May I get your name and date of birth?
My name is Ala Komla. My birthday is 08/17/1999.
And can you clarify, what is your first name?
My first name is Ala.
And then your last name?
Is Komla.
So it looks like we have it backwards then, because I have Komla David Ala. Okay. Is David your middle name?
Yeah, my middle name is David.
Okay. Hold on one moment. Okay. I just updated that. All right, so you are here today on a new case for one count of indecent exposure, a Class 6 felony. Probable cause has been found, and I am appointing an attorney to represent you. You're going to have a status conference, April 23rd at 8:30, and a preliminary hearing, April 27th at 8:30. You do have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $5,000. In the event you post bond, you will be released to the supervision of pretrial services, and you'll be equipped with electronic monitoring. You also have written conditions of release. You may not return to the scene of the alleged crime. No contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness. This will be in your paperwork, sir. Did you have any questions? Please take a step. Actually, take a seat in the gallery because we had to reprint your paperwork. They'll bring that out. Can I have Mr. Curtis to the podium, please? Can I get your name and date of birth?
Deion Curtis, 7/20/64.
Thank you, sir. It does look like you are here today on two cases. You're here on a new case, as well as a warrant that was issued. Your new charges are for one count of dangerous drug possession for sale, a Class 2 felony, one count of narcotic drug possession for sale, Class 2 felony, one count of possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, a Class 4 felony, one count of possession or use of a weapon in a drug offense, a Class 4 felony, one count of failing to register as a sex offender, a Class 4 felony, one count of failing to confirm and update your identification as a sex offender, a Class 6 felony, one count of resisting arrest, a Class 1 misdemeanor. In this case, probable cause has been found, and I'm appointing an attorney to represent you. You're going to have 3 hearings coming up on this case. It's going to start with a status conference, April 23rd at 8:30, an evidentiary hearing, April 24th at 1:30, and a preliminary hearing, April 27th at 8:30. You have a second case on the calendar, and that's a failure to appear bench warrant. You failed to appear at a sentencing hearing related to an underlying charge of dangerous drug possession for sale, possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, and possession or use of a weapon in a drug offense. I'm going to affirm the attorney previously appointed to represent you in that case, and you'll have a hearing on April 27th at 8:30. So between your 2 cases, you have 3 hearings coming up. Dates, times, and location will be in your paperwork. On the case where you failed to appear for sentencing, you are being held non-bondable because you failed to appear at a sentencing hearing. On your new charges, because you had that case pending, you were out on felony release on a felony charges, you're not eligible for bond on your new case either. The time set to determine if bond will be set on your new charges is April 24th at 1:30. So essentially, you are being held non-bondable on both cases, so you will remain in custody, it looks like until at least April 27th on your sentencing case. So even if you're given a bond at the hearing on April 24th at 1:30, posting that bond's not going to get you released until you find out what happens on your failure to appear case, which is set for April 27th at 8:30. Okay, sir, this will all be in your paperwork. Did you have any questions?
No.
Please take a step to your left, and the officer will get you that. The remaining cases will proceed as house calls due to being a danger to self or others. Case number 5, Daryl McCullum, date of birth July 18th, 1981, is here on a new case for one count of burglary, a class 4 felony. Probable cause has been found, and I'm appointing an attorney to represent him. He will have a status conference May 1st at 8:30, a preliminary hearing May 5th at 8:30. In this case, I am releasing him to the supervision of pretrial services. He does have written conditions. He may not return to the scene of the alleged crime, no contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness. He will also need to ensure that he contacts pretrial services within 72 hours of his release. This will all be included in his paperwork. Case number 7, Nicole Mardos, date of birth October 5th, 1993, is here on a new case for 3 counts of aggravated assault, a class 3 felony, 1 count of resisting arrest, a class 6 felony, 2 counts of assault, a class 1 misdemeanor, and 1 count of criminal damage, a class 1 misdemeanor. Probable cause has been found, and I'm appointing an attorney to represent her. She has 3 hearings coming up. She has a status conference April 23rd at 8:30, a preliminary hearing April 27th at 8:30, and an evidentiary hearing April 24th at 8:30. Because she was out on felony release for a different case that she has with pending charges, she is not eligible for bond today. The time set to determine if bond will be set on these charges is April 24th at 1:30. She will remain in custody until at least that time. This will be in her paperwork. Number 15, Philip Davis, date of birth October 12, 1986, is here on a warrant from the Peoria Municipal Court. It is a post-adjudication warrant related to a previous assault charge. Due to the nature of his charges, he is not entitled to court-appointed counsel. He will have an arraignment hearing in the Peoria Municipal Court on May 5th at 9 a.m. I am going to release him today on his own recognizance, that is his promise to appear. He does have written conditions. He's not to possess or consume drugs without a valid prescription. He's not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. This will all be included in his paperwork. If anything changes after I meet with these parties, I will update the written record. This does conclude our 8 a.m. calendar, and we will now stand in recess until 11 a.m.
you, Ms. Camacho Grijalva. Good morning. This is the time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing you to do on several matters today. I'm seeing you from Pima County Justice Court for new charges of possession of drug paraphernalia and criminal trespass, as well as a failure to appear from Justice Court for a drug paraphernalia from earlier this year. Also seeing you on Tucson City Court charges. Failure to appear for prescription drug paraphernalia, criminal trespass, and drug paraphernalia. All right, so they're old and new charges here. Ma'am, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to an attorney. If you can't afford an attorney, one may be appointed to you depending on the circumstances. All right, so ma'am, do you have a place to stay right now? What's your living situation?
I have a place to stay on and off.
Where's that?
Soy Manana en Los Montaños.
Is that a friend's place, a family member's place?
It's a family member's place.
Okay, and what family member?
My grandma.
Your grandma? Okay, do you have transportation?
To get it.
Sorry?
I can get it, yeah.
And who would you get for transportation?
My uncle.
All right. Did you know you had court earlier this year? Looks like in March.
Yeah, but I didn't get in contact with my family members until like the beginning of this month.
Okay, did you also know that you had court in city court? Looks like in April. So earlier this month. Did you know you had court earlier this month, a couple weeks ago in city court?
Oh yeah, because I actually lost all my paperwork when I left here, and I hadn't been able to get to a form to home.
Okay, so how are you going to get to court if I release you, ma'am?
I have somebody that I'm going with, and I have my family now to help me.
All right, ma'am. I'm going to give you one more chance here. You said that you have family members to help you, specifically your uncle for transportation. You have a place to stay off and on with your grandma. I'm going to release you on your own recognizance. All right, this may be the last chance you get on this, so take it wisely. I'm releasing your own promise to appear for your justice court cases. No drugs, no alcohol. Do not return to any incident location. Your next court date for justice court is May 12th at 9 a.m. And then for your Tucson City Court case matters, ma'am, that's going to have a different court date. That's going to be May 14th. So you have May 12th and May 14th. You'll get paperwork when you get released today.
What time was the May 14th hearing, Your Honor?
Yes, good point. May 14th is at 2 p.m.
Thank you.
And ma'am, if you haven't heard already, outside the Pima County Jail, when you get released, there's a blue line on the ground. If you follow it, it goes to the Pima County Transition Center. I know you said you have some family helping you out, but I encourage you to stop by there at the Transition Center to see if you can get any other resources there. All right, and conditions of release for the Tucson City Court also include no drugs, no alcohol, do not return to any incident locations. All right, if you fail to appear for court, ma'am, another warrant is going to issue for your arrest. You understand all that?
Yep.
Okay. All right, you're released. You're excused for today. Thank you.
Donald Dunn? What?
All right, good morning, sir. Can I get your full name, please?
Donald Eugene Dunn?
Good morning, Mr. Dunn. This is the time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing you today out of Pima County Justice Court for charges of driving with a suspended license, possession of drug paraphernalia, and there's some civil matters on there as well. All right, sir, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. In certain instances, if you cannot afford an attorney, one may be appointed for you. I see that you have an adult probation hold. You'll see a judge separately on that in Superior Court. On these justice court matters, I'm going to release you on your own promise to appear. So there's no bond on these cases, but you're going to be held until you see that other judge on your Superior Court adult probation matter. On the justice court case, please do not drive without a valid driver's license, no drugs, no alcohol. Your next court date for the justice court cases is May 12th at 9 a.m. So if you're released by then, sir, you make sure you show up. Obviously, if you fail to appear, warrant and issue for your arrest. If you're still in custody by May 12th because of that other probation matter, the jail will make sure you get seen. All right, you understand all that, Mr. Dunn?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Excuse for today.
Bless you.
All right, good morning, ma'am. Can I get your full name, please?
Justine D. Coastal.
Sorry, one more time. Justine.
Justine Danielle Coastal.
Thank you, Ms. Coastal. This is the time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing you today out of Marana City Court. Looks like you have a failure to appear for a prior charge of a drug paraphernalia. And you also have a new charge for shoplifting. I do see there's an adult probation hold with Superior Court as well. You'll see a different judge on that adult probation hold separately in Superior Court. All right, ma'am, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to an attorney. In certain instances, if you cannot afford an attorney, one may be appointed for you. So, ma'am, because of the adult probation hold, you're going to be held in custody on that matter that I'm not seeing you for today. Because of the failure to appear and the new charge, I am going to impose a bond of $250, cash or secured on the Marana matter. I'm going to appoint you an attorney, Janet Altschuler. Conditions of release include do not consume any drugs or alcohol. Do not go to any incident location. You're actually going to see a judge from Marana this afternoon at 12 p.m. All right, so you'll see a judge later this afternoon at 12 p.m. and Ms. Altschuler should be there. If you fail to appear for court, ma'am, as you know, a warrant can issue for your arrest. You understand all that, Ms. Costo?
Mm-hmm.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You're excused for today.
Diggle. Hi. I can't.
All right, good morning, sir. Can I get your full name, please?
Thomas Jefferson Stigall Jr.
All right, thank you, Mr. Stigall. This is the time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing you out of Pima County Justice Court for some misdemeanor charges for disorderly conduct, couple counts, and resisting arrest, as well as threatening and intimidating. All right, so you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to an attorney. To hire your own attorney in certain instances. If you cannot afford an attorney, one may be appointed for you. Sir, currently, where are you residing?
8249 West Babbitt Court, Tucson, Arizona, 85757. My wife of 53 years and I live there alone.
Okay. All right.
But I can't. I don't know what I'm going to do. How am I going to get home?
Just give me 1 second. Okay. So I'm going to release you on your own promise to appear for your own promise to appear. Basically, you're getting out of jail today. Your conditions of release include no contact with alleged victim Larissa Rivera. My indication is that she is a neighbor of yours. Do not try to go to her house or try to find her workplace or anything like that. If you see her outside your residence, sir, you're to go inside your residence or to leave the premises. Do not engage, do not speak, etc. to the alleged victim. Your next court date, sir, is May 12th at 9 a.m. at the Pima County Justice Court. When you get out of jail today, you'll get a sheet of paper with all the information on there. If you fail to appear for court, sir, without calling them to try to reschedule or anything like that, a warrant can't issue for your arrest. Understand all that, Mr. Stigall?
Yes, Your Honor. I will make my appearance.
All right, thank you, sir. You're excused for today.
Can we do Kosterlinski next, Your Honor?
Yes. All right, good morning, sir. Can I get your full name, please?
Abraham Kosterlinski.
Thank you, Mr. Kostelitsky. This is the time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing you out of Pima County Superior Court, CR 2026-1765. This is a post-indictment matter. The charges are for theft, trafficking in stolen property, conspiracy, illegally conducting an enterprise, and 4 counts of organized retail theft. The charges range from date range of, looks like August 11th of 25 to November 11th of 2025. All right, sir, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to an attorney at all proceedings. You have counsel, Mr. Michael, seated next to you for today. I'm going to appoint you an attorney, Mr. Daniel South. We're going to be discussing your conditions of release. I have reviewed the state's written recommendation, which is a $25,000 bond. I have reviewed also, looks like there was a direct complaint arrest warrant bond amount of $25,000. I've reviewed the pretrial services report as well. Mr. Michael?
Your Honor, we understand that the court has to defer primarily to those recommendations on the warrants. We're just asking to take into account his low means. And so we're asking that, weighing into account that he has low means, to lower the amount that's recommended.
Okay. Either counsel can comment on this. I saw that there was a status conference on April 23rd for this CR number, specifically to coincide with Mr. Kosterlitsky's other CR number.
I think, Your Honor, this is kind of confusing. It mentions a warrant out of justice court, and I think it's for the same charges in the 2026 case. There might have been an FTA on the 2026 case. And there was a warrant for his arrest, and either that's this warrant or there's this case has a justice warrant attached to it. It is kind of confusing to me, but that's how I read it.
Okay. All right, so I'm not going to do anything about that hearing if it's already scheduled. Mr. Moser, anything?
No, the request is based upon the warrant amount ordered by the court.
All right. Court is going to order a bond of $25,000, cash or secured, released to pretrial services if bond is posted. No drugs, no alcohol, no weapons, any monitoring or treatment directed by pretrial, no contact with any alleged victims, not return to any incident location. Next court date is a criminal arraignment next Friday, April 24th at 1:30. If there is in fact a hearing scheduled on the 23rd with the assigned case judge, with whoever your judges are on the other case, then he may do the arraignment, but I'm going to schedule an arraignment anyways, just in case. If you fail to appear for court, sir, as you can see, warrants can issue for your arrest. You understand all that, Mr. Kosterlitsky?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, sir. You're excused for today.
Camera off.
All right. Good morning, sir. Can I get your full name, please?
Your name.
What are they asking me?
What's your name?
Name, please.
Richard Lee Timmerhoff.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Timmerhoff. Good morning. This is the time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing you out of Green Valley Justice Court for a new misdemeanor charge of threatening and intimidating domestic violence, which is a misdemeanor. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. In certain instances, if you cannot afford an attorney, one may be appointed for you. All right, so my question for you today is, if I release you today, is there somewhere you can go, sir, that is not with Jody?
Your Honor,
Yes.
I believe Mr. Timonov is having some trouble hearing you.
And I can't read her lips.
He's got a hearing aid, but I believe the batteries are pretty low from what we've been told.
Okay. Can you hear me now, sir?
Part of it, yes. Vietnam took my hearing, so I can't hear consonant sounds very well.
Can you hear me now? Is this better?
I can hear you, but I have no idea what you just said in all of that stuff about.
Okay, I will say it again. Is this better? Is this better? Yes?
He can't hear you, Your Honor. The last time we had a situation like this, Your Honor, I believe they typed it out in like a chat or something.
Yeah, I mean, chat is disabled for this today.
Is it?
Something, yeah.
Okay, let me check one thing.
They're trying to figure out how to talk to you and communicate.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hello, 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Mr. Timmerhoff, can you see the captions?
I'm not seeing captions here, Your Honor.
What's
this? Oh, here we go. Okay, this seems to be working. We have live captions. Do you want to try speaking and you can try and read along?
Mr. Timmerhoff, can you hear me, or can you read the captions?
Yes.
Okay, great. Let's start from the beginning again. All right, Mr. Timmerhoff, this is the time set for your initial appearance. I am seeing you from Green Valley Justice Court on a new misdemeanor charge for domestic violence, threatening, and intimidating. Sir, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. In certain instances, if you cannot afford an attorney, one may be appointed for you. My question for you, sir, is if I release you today, is there somewhere that you can stay that is not with Jody?
Well, there's a restraining order on me, so I can't even talk to her, see her, or anything. So I'll be living under a bridge since she took all the money out of my bank account.
Okay. Are you indicating that you've already been served with a separate restraining order not related to this case?
No, it's related to this case.
Okay. All right, sir, I'm going to release you on your own promise to appear for your next court date, so you will get out of jail today. Your conditions of release include not commit any acts of domestic violence. You must not contact Ms. Jody Timmerhoff. Do not go to her residence. However, you may return with police escort to pick up your personal belongings at any shared residence. I think it's at Green Willow. You must establish an alternate residence other than with Ms. Jody Timmerhoff until further order of the court.
Well, I'm going to get a permanent alternate residence. I'm divorcing her over what she did in this deal.
Okay. Well, let me give you some information as well. I don't know if you're familiar. Outside the jail, when you get released, there is a blue line on the ground out from the release door. If you follow it, it goes to the Pima County Transition Center. They help with alternate housing and temporary housing situations. I encourage you to stop by there so that you can get some resources from them. Your next court date, sir, is April 23rd at 8:30 a.m. at the Green Valley Justice Court. When you get released from jail today, you'll get the paperwork with that information. There'll also be a phone number. So if you can't make it to that court date next week, next Thursday, please call them in advance to reschedule. If you don't call them in advance to reschedule, you do not show up, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand all that, Mr. Timmeroff?
Yes.
All right, thank you, sir. You're excused for today.
So let's have a seat over to the left. Let's hang out. Keep that a little bit.
All right, good morning, ma'am. Can I get your full name, please?
Alvin Young.
All right, thank you, Ms. Young. This is the time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing you today out of Pima County Justice Court for failure to appear, shoplifting, and crime trespass. These are charges from October of 2023. Looks like you missed court last week. Oh, no, Monday, April 13th of this year. All right, ma'am, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you. You have the right to hire your attorney. In certain instances, if you cannot afford an attorney, one may be appointed for you. Ma'am, why did you miss court on Monday?
I didn't know it was the date. I have brain damage.
You have what?
I didn't notice the date and I have brain damage.
I see. All right, where are you currently staying?
At Cicero Day.
At?
Cicero Day.
Is that a friend?
It's a shelter.
Okay. Do you have transportation to come to court?
Yes.
And who is that transportation, or is it public transportation?
Public.
Okay. All right, if I release you today, ma'am, how are you going to remember to get to court for the next court hearing?
Probably write it down on paper for the date.
All right, I'm going to give you another chance, ma'am. I'm going to release you on your own promise to appear for your next court date, so you are getting out of jail today. Release conditions include no contact with any alleged victims of shoplifting, do not return to any incident location. Your next court date is May 12th at 9 a.m. You'll get paperwork when you get released from the jail, May 12th at 9 a.m. at the Pima County Justice Court downtown. When you get released today with the paperwork, you'll also have a phone number on there. If you can't make that court date, you make sure you call them to reschedule. If you don't show up, you don't call to reschedule, another warrant is going to issue for your arrest, ma'am. Also, I'm going to encourage you, if you're not familiar, outside the Pima County Jail, there is a blue line you can follow on the ground to the Pima County Transition Center. They help with temporary housing and provide with other free resources. All right, so I suggest you stop by there and see if you can get some help from them. Any questions, Ms. Young?
No.
Okay, all right, good luck, ma'am. You're excused for today.
Bowling. All the way out there for right into the lanes.
All right, good morning, sir. Can I get your full name, please?
Joshua Williams Bolin.
Thank you, Mr. Bowling. This is the time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing you out of Tucson City Court for some failures to appear for theft, shoplifting, prescription drugs, and drug paraphernalia. These are from earlier this year as well as from 2025. There are no new charges. All right. So you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. In certain instances, if you cannot afford one, one may be appointed for you. All right, sir. If I release you today, is there somewhere you can stay, somewhere that you can go?
Yes.
Where would you go?
I'm staying with my ex-wife.
Your ex-wife?
Yes.
Where is that?
Over in South Dodge.
Okay, and have you talked to her recently?
Not in the last 2 days.
Okay, were you staying with her previously?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to release you on your own promise to appear for your next court date. Conditions include no drugs, no alcohol, to not return to the incident location, which is 2345 East Irvington Road. Your next court date at Tucson City Court is going to be May 15th at 9 a.m., which is about a month from now. When you get released from jail today, sir, you'll get a sheet of paper with all the information on there, including the court date, the courthouse information, and a phone number. If you cannot make that date, please call them as soon as possible to reschedule. If you do not call them, you don't show up, a warrant can issue for your arrest, and a warrant can issue again. And sir, if you don't know already, outside the Tucson or outside the jail, there is a blue line when you get released that goes to the transition center. I encourage you follow that line to that transition center. It's within walking distance to get some resources. They help with temporary housing and other resources like that. All right, you understand all that, Mr. Bowling?
Yes.
All right, thank you, sir. You're excused for today.
Open.
All right, good morning, sir. Can I get your full name, please?
Kyle Martin Coaching.
Thank you, Mr. Coulter. This is the time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing you out of Tucson City Court for a new charge of theft shoplifting. I'm not seeing you on this, sir, but looks like you have an adult probation hold out of Superior Court, so you will see a separate judge for your probation matter there. All right, so you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. In certain instances, if you cannot afford an attorney, one may be appointed for you. So for this matter, sir, I'm going to release you on your own promise to appear, so no bond on this one. Do not return to the incident location, which is the Ross on Oracle. I'm going to appoint you an attorney, the Tucson City Public Defender's Office. Obviously, because of your probation matter, you're not going to be released outright today. You're still held till you see a judge separately on that probation case, but you are released on this case. All right, your next court date for Tucson City is May 15th at 9 a.m. You'll have an attorney there. All right, this is also the time set for your arraignment, sir. I'm going to enter not guilty pleas on your behalf. You're advised that if you fail to appear for court, sir, in the future, that a trial may go in your absence. And if you're convicted at that trial in your absence and you are on warrant status for more than 90 days and cannot be sentenced, you lose your right to a direct appeal. So it's very important that you show up to court. You understand all that, Mr. Holford?
Yes, ma'am.
Right, thank you, sir. You're excused for today.
Right there.
All right, good morning, sir. Can I get your full name, please?
Yeah, Lance McVeigh, fighter.
Thank you, Mr. Feitner. This is a time set for your initial appearance. I am seeing you out of Tucson City Court. The charges are for driving with a suspended license, domestic violence assault, domestic violence disorderly conduct, which are all misdemeanors. So you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. In certain instances, if you cannot afford an attorney, one may be appointed for you. As to the charge for driving with a suspended license, pursuant to Tucson City Prosecutor's Office standing motion to dismiss charges related to 283473, sort of dismissing the driving with suspended license charge. As to the other remaining charges, sir, I'm going to release you on your own promise to appear for your next court date. That's just a fancy way of saying you're getting out of jail today, no bond. Do not commit any acts of domestic violence. You may have continued contact with Ms. Cox, Katrina Cox. Your next court date, sir, is going to be May 26th at 1:30 p.m. at the Tucson City Court. When you get released from jail today, sir, you'll get a sheet of paper, phone number, the court information. If you fail to appear for court, sir, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Trial can go in your absence. If you are convicted at a trial in your absence and unable to be sentenced within 90 days due to that warrant status, you may lose your right to a direct appeal. So it's in your best interest, sir, to make sure you show up to court so you can get this taken care of. I'm going to enter not guilty pleas on your behalf. Any questions, sir?
No.
All right, thank you. Your excuse for
Thanks,
today.
Judge.
Good luck.
All right, thank you.
The voter?
Morning, Judge.
All right, good morning, sir. Can I get your full name, please?
Mark Stevens, Swoboda.
All right, thank you, Mr. Svoboda. So this is the time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing you today out of Tucson City Court for a failure to appear on a criminal trespass charge. Looks like this was from 2024. Actually, excuse me, from 2023. Your last court date you failed to appear from was April of 2024. Okay. All right, so you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. In certain instances, if you cannot afford one may be appointed for you. All right, sir, what is your current living situation?
I'm living with my sister in Laurel Valley.
Okay. And would you have transportation for court?
Yes,
Your sister would be able to help you out?
yes.
All right, sir, I'm going to release you on your own promise to appear for your next court date. Only conditions of release include do not return to the incident location, which is 3710 North Oracle Road. Your next court dates are about a month from now, May 14th at 2:30 p.m. When you get released from jail today, so you'll get the paperwork with the date, time, location, and address. There'll also be a phone number. For some reason, if you cannot make that May 14th date, sir, please call them in advance to reschedule your court date. If you don't show up, another warrant can issue for your arrest. I'm sure you want to get this taken care of. It's over 3 years old or so. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. You understand all that, Mr. Svoboda?
Yes, I do.
All right. Good luck to you, sir. You're excused for today.
Thank you.
Taylor? All the way up.
All right. Good morning, sir. Can I have your full name, please?
Kane Alden Taylor.
All right, Mr. Taylor, good morning. This is the time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing you at a Tucson City Court for a number of charges. You have failures to appear for multiple counts of drug paraphernalia, trespass, prescription drugs, no current license for an animal, drug paraphernalia. There's also a new charge for drug paraphernalia. These old charges range from 2024 to 2026 or 2025. Looks like you failed to appear last October of last year. Right, so you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. In certain instances, if you cannot afford one may be appointed for you. I'm going to appoint the Tucson City Public Defender's Office to represent you, sir, so you'll have some assistance there. Because of the number of failures to appear and number of outstanding charges, I am going to impose a bond of $500 cash. All right, if you do post that bond or if you're released in the future, no drugs, no alcohol, do not return to any incident locations. Your next court date will actually be next Friday. Your next court date will actually be next Friday, April 24th at 1:45 p.m. And you'll have counsel there to assist you. I'm going to enter not guilty pleas on your behalf for the new drug paraphernalia charge. As you can see, sir, when you fail to appear for court, warrants can issue for your arrest. Trial can go in your absence. If you're convicted at a trial in your absence but unable to be sentenced within 90 days due to that warrant status, you may lose your right to a direct appeal. So it's in your best interest, sir, to make sure you show up to court to get these things taken care of. You had a question or you wanted to say something?
I have a job. I'm gonna lose it.
And where is that?
Yeah, I work for Southern Landscaping.
Are you self-employed or is that contract work?
No, he's his own company, and yeah, I work for him.
Okay, why did you miss court last October?
I don't know. That was a long time ago. I was on drugs, and I wasn't doing good. I wasn't in a good time in my life.
Okay, what's your work schedule?
I work Monday through Friday.
All
Usually
right.
8 in the morning until about 2, 3 in the afternoon. And if I do get really trying, I can make sure that I have that day off from work just to make sure this is taken care of so it doesn't happen again.
Okay, I'm going to reduce your bond to $50.
Um,
All right, you're excused for today. All right, good morning, sir. Can I get your full name, please?
Daniel Adrian Cota.
Mr. Cota, this is the time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing you at a Tucson City Court for some new misdemeanor charges for disorderly conduct and electronic communications, disturbing the peace. Those are both domestic violence offenses misdemeanors. Looks like you have a hold from adult probation in Superior Court, sir. I'm not seeing you on that today, but you're being held because of that as well separately. You'll see a judge probably next week on that. All right, Mr. Cota, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. In certain instances, if you cannot afford an attorney, one may be appointed for you. All right. Given the circumstances in this case, sir, I'm going to issue a bond. All right, it's going to be $250, cash or secured. If you do post that bond, sir, do not commit any acts of domestic violence, no contact of any kind with alleged victim Sabrina Ojeda. Don't try to go find her or anything like that. I'm going to appoint you an attorney, the Tucson City Public Defender's Office. So you'll have an attorney to help you out. Your next court date is April 29th at 1:30 p.m. at Tucson City Court. If you post that bond and you're released on your adult probation matter, sir, it's up to you to make sure you show up to court. If you're still in custody, then the jail will make sure you get seen. This is also the time set for your arraignment. I'm going to enter not guilty pleas on your behalf. If you fail to appear for court, sir, in the future, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Trial can go in your absence. If you're convicted at a trial in your absence and not able to be sentenced within 90 days due to warrant status, you may lose your right to a direct appeal. Do you understand the consequences of failing to show to court, Mr. Cota?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir. You're excused for today. At the jail, Christopher Bruckner, was that continued?
Yeah, currently not.
Yes. Or maybe not. Was it? One second. Yes. Okay, we're good to go.
So Mr. Bruckner is not available?
No, he's not available. So, sir.
All right, good morning, sir. Thank you for your patience. Can I get your full name, please?
Full name. Johnny Donato Acosta.
Thank you, Mr. Acosta. This is the time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on several different matters today. You have a post-indictment matter from Pima County Superior Court, CR 2026-0518. The charges are for fraudulent schemes and artifices, theft, and forgery, multiple counts. Alleged offense dates are from March to May of 2025. Also seeing you for Tucson City Court for misdemeanor charges of disorderly conduct and disorderly conduct domestic violence. Those are two new misdemeanor charges from March of 2026. And finally, also seeing you out of it's a Pinal County Justice Court warrant for violation of a court order. Looks like a failure to appear as well. So there's three separate matters: Tucson City felony charges locally, as well as an out-of-county matter. All right, so you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. In certain instances, if you cannot afford an attorney, one may be appointed for you. For CR 2026-0518, I'm going to appoint the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you. Then you have counsel seated next to you for purpose of today. We're going to be talking about your release conditions, sir. I have reviewed the pretrial services report. I have reviewed the post-indictment warrant for arrest. The state's written recommendation is $10,000. Mr. Moser, would the state like to be heard further?
Just on the information surrounding the warrant, Judge Monroe issued this warrant for $10,000 because he failed to appear for arraignment. This was a refiled case. He was originally released to the pretrial services. A summons in this case was sent to an address of South Bronco Drive. However, his driver's license and defendant himself indicate his address is on North Oracle Road. And I think the driver's license was updated prior to the summons being sent.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Michael?
Yes, I think he's anticipated some of what my argument was going to be, is that is the defense indicated that he has proof that his mail is being rerouted, and because of the refile, the dismissive refile, it's just a bit of a confusing posture. Because it's level 1 nonviolent, we would be pursuing PTS release. I think he gets the message, and he's properly incentivized if we release the PTS on this one.
All right, thank you. All right, as to the felony matter, the court is going to release Mr. Acosta to pretrial services. No drugs, no alcohol, no weapons. Any monitoring or treatment is directed by pretrial services. So you have to keep in contact with them as frequently as they tell you to. If you do not, your release conditions can be modified or revoked. Do not return to any incident location. No contact with any alleged victims, which I believe are businesses. There's a Dosi LLC, Heroes Express, Almadura Construction. Your next court date for this matter, sir, is April 24th at 1:30 p.m. and that'll be at the Superior Court on the 3rd floor downtown. If you fail to appear for that date, sir, another warrant will issue for your arrest. As to the Tucson City Court case matter, that one I'm also going to release on your own promise to appear for your next court date. Do not commit any acts of domestic violence, no contact with the alleged victim, Gloria Perez. Do not return to her residence. If you have any property at that residence, you may return with law enforcement escort only to retrieve those belongings. Next court date for that is May 18th at 9:30 a.m. at the Tucson City Court. That's also the time set for your arraignment on this matter. I'm going to enter not guilty pleas on your behalf. If you fail to appear for court, warrant can issue for your arrest. If you are convicted at a trial in your absence and not able to be sentenced within 90 days due to warrant status, you may lose your right to a direct appeal. So it's in your best interest, sir, to keep in contact with the courts and make sure you show up to all proceedings. I'm going to appoint an attorney, the Tucson City Public Defender's Office, or Tucson City Public Defenders on the Tucson City Court case matter. And the reason being because your last case, sir, which is the out-of-county matter, I'm not sure exactly what that one is for, but it is an out-of-county warrant, and there is a warrant amount of $527 for failure to appear out of Pinal. There is a standing administrative order, Pima County Superior Court, that we are to honor warrant amounts that are set from out of county. So I have to honor that bond of $527. That is cash or secured. All right, so for that one, basically, sir, if you post that bond, obviously you get released and you have to call the court in Pinal to figure out your next court date there. If you do not post that bond, Pinal is going to be contacted so that they can come pick you up on their outstanding warrant, right? I set you a review hearing on May 18th at 9 a.m. locally just to see what the status is on the out-of-county matter. Also, that makes sense. So I'm releasing a matter, ROR, on the Tucson City Court matter. You have court dates on those, but the out-of-county one, you have a bond. Make sense?
Yeah.
Thank you. Your excuse for today.
Thank you.
Alvarez.
All right. Good morning, ma'am. Can I get your full name, please?
Donna Alvarez.
All right. Thank you. Ms. Alvarez, this is the time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing you today on a new felony charge for organized retail theft. Also seeing you out of Tucson City Court for failures to appear for domestic violence, assault, and shoplifting. Those are from 2025.
I go to court on May 1st for those.
Okay, well, we'll talk about everything in a bit here. All right, ma'am, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. I'm going to appoint the Pima County Public Defender's Office represent you on your new felony matter. That's the ORT charge. And you also have counsel seated next to you for purpose of today. I'll be setting some release conditions for you, ma'am. We'll talk about the felony case first and then the Tucson City Court matters. I have reviewed the pretrial services report and the interim complaint. The state's written recommendation is a $500 bond. Mr. Moser, would the state like to be heard further?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Mr. Michael?
I think honestly, a low bond is appropriate, and I understand that $500 is low, so we do think it's within the acceptable range. I'm just going to argue that the facts of this case indicate very low means to pay. So we think a $250 bond would be appropriate enough to incentivize continued participation, because we do think the failures to appear warrant some bond, but 500 might be actually out of reach for this particular person.
All right, I'm going to impose a bond of $250, cash or secured, release to pretrial services if that bond is posted. No drugs, no alcohol, no weapons. Do not return to the incident location, which is the Walgreens at 605 West Ajo. Your next court date, ma'am, on this case is going to be a preliminary hearing on April 27th at 1:30 p.m. And if you post that bond or if you're released before then, it's up to you to make sure you keep in contact with the courts and your attorney. If you fail to appear for court, a warrant can issue for your arrest. And then as to the Tucson City Court case matters, ma'am, that one I'm going to release you on your own promise to appear for your next court date. I'm going to appoint you an attorney, the Tucson City Public Defender's Office. Not commit any acts of domestic violence, no contact with any alleged victims, not return to any victim's residence. Next court date for Tucson City is May 18th at 2 p.m. All right, so you have 2 court dates to keep track of, ma'am. You'll have attorneys on both your matters. Sure you show up to court.
I'm gonna be here.
All.
At the jail, can we get Mr. Acosta back? Is he still around?
We do that, we need a
Okay, yes, please.
Acosta. Want to see what would happen.
All right, Mr. Costa, thanks for coming back here. It looks like I got some misinformation. So your now county matter, sir, is actually fully justice court. So it is a misdemeanor, not a felony matter like I had thought it was. So actually, I am not going to impose the warrant bond on that one, sir. So
Does the May 18th date still hold?
no, so we're gonna give you a new date for Eloy. Okay, I'm gonna give you a new date, sir, for the Eloy case. It's gonna be April 30th at 10 a.m. The paperwork will reflect that. So you have to show up at Eloy Justice Court on that date, sir, or call them in advance to reschedule it if you can't make that date. I am gonna release you on your own recognizance on that. You still have to show up so that you can quash that warrant over there, because otherwise, to them, it's still out there, okay? Okay, all right, so you're gonna be released today, sir, on all your matters, all right? Good luck to you, make sure you make all your court dates. Thank you.
Excuse me. You try to speak. Thank you.
All right, good morning, sir. Can I get your full name, please?
Arturo Carval.
Thank you. Thank you for your patience.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Carvajal, this is the time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing you today on some new felony charges, aggravated assault, domestic violence, kidnapping, and possession of a weapon by a predator possessor, which are all felonies. Sir, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. In certain instances, if you cannot afford one may be appointed for you. I'm going to appoint the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you, and you have an attorney seated next to you for purpose of today. I'll be setting some release conditions for you, sir. Mr. Carball, I have reviewed the direct complaint. I have reviewed the pretrial services report. There's also a Form 4 risk questionnaire. Looks like the individual declined to answer any questions. Also reviewed the state's written recommendation, which is a $50,000 bond. Mr. Moser, would the state like to be heard further?
I don't have anything to add to the written recommendation, but I would like to emphasize no contact with the victim in this case.
All right, thank you. Mr. Michael?
Nothing much, simply that there is a several year gap, that the previous event history on the criminal record it ends in 2019. So take that into account when we ask.
All right, court's going to impose a bond of $25,000. They'll be cash or secured, release to pretrial services if that bond is posted. No drugs, no alcohol, absolutely no acts of domestic violence, absolutely no contact with the alleged victim, who is Lila Vargas. Okay. Not go to the shared residence. Don't try to find her, sir, or don't try to contact her. If you have personal belongings you have to pick up at the shared residence, you may return with police escort only to pick up those belongings. You cannot return on your own or send someone else with police escort. All right. Next court date is a preliminary hearing on April 27th at 1:30 p.m. If you fail to appear for court, sir, warrant can issue for your arrest. You understand all that, Mr. Carvajal?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Your excuse for today.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Right, thank you. Mr. Christensen, this is a time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing you today for a new felony matter of criminal damage, domestic violence. Sir, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. So we're appointing the public defender's office to represent you, and you have an attorney seated next to you for purpose of today. I'll be setting some release conditions for you, Mr. Christensen. I have reviewed the pretrial services report and the interim complaint, as well as the Form 4 release questionnaire. The state's written recommendation is a $1,000 bond. Mr. Moser, anything further from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Michael?
One moment, please, Your Honor. Your Honor, we understand that the allegations in this case are serious, but the allegations have also not been fully explored by the trial process. He's married, he's fully employed, he has no felony history, no prior DV misdemeanors, he's 29. Screening indicates possible mental health needs. The facts of the case are also not entirely straightforward at this point, so we think that pretrial services imposing conditions such as screening and treatment to evaluate, and also some strict conditions about no contact, that would assuage any of the concerns that might come up by these serious allegations. But due to this being a level violent offense, there's a presumption of pretrial services release. So we totally understand the state's position, but we're asking for a little bit of nuance here and to give him a chance on pretrial release.
Thank you. Mr. Christensen, I am going to release you to pretrial services. That means you are getting out today, but you have to keep in contact with them as frequently as they tell you to. Absolutely no drugs, no alcohol, no weapons, any monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial, no acts of domestic violence, no contact whatsoever, sir, with Adriana Christensen. Do not go to her house or her work or anything like that. You must establish an alternate residence until further order of the court. You must return with police escort only to pick up any personal belongings you have at the shared residence. You can't go back by yourself. Your next court date, sir, is a preliminary hearing on May 7th at 1 p.m. Please keep in contact with your attorney. If you fail to appear for court, sir, a warrant can issue for your arrest. You understand all that, Mr. Christensen?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Your excuse for today. Good luck, sir.
Hurry.
Okay.
Yeah, I figured.
Right. Good morning. State your full name, please.
Mr. Curry.
Mr. Curry, this is a time set for initial appearance. I'm seeing you today on new felony charges of theft of means of transportation, burglary in the third degree, possession of narcotic drugs and drug paraphernalia. You also have the failure to appear out of Tucson City Court. Looks like it was for driving under the influence and drug paraphernalia from earlier this year. All right, so you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be an attorney. On your felony matter, I'm going to appoint the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you. There's an attorney seated next to you for purpose of today. I'll be setting some release conditions for you, sir. We'll talk about the felony case first. I have reviewed the pretrial services report and the interim complaint. The state's written recommendation is a no bond hold. I did see in the pretrial services report, looks like Mr. Curry is on pretrial release on a separate felony matter. Anything else state like to add? Thank you, Mr. Michael.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Curry, when someone is pending a felony matter on pretrial release and they get arrested on a new felony matter, the state can ask for a no bond hold. So they have to do a hearing, present evidence from an arresting officer, et cetera, to have a judge find that no bond. So I'm going to set a no bond hearing for next week, April 22nd at 1:30 p.m. At that point, the state will produce evidence and have a witness testimony to hold you without bond, or they may argue for a bond. Your preliminary hearing, sir, is April 27th at 1:30 p.m. All right, so those are your two next court dates. For the Tucson City Court case matter, sir, I'm going to release you on your own promise to appear for your next court date, but I'm still going to appoint you an attorney, Tucson City Public Defender's Office, so you have someone to help you out there. If you are released altogether, the conditions of release include do not drive without a valid driver's license, no drugs, no alcohol. Next court date for Tucson City is going to be May 15th at 9 a.m.
I have trial May 13th. No.
Okay, well, this is for the Tucson City case, so you'll have an attorney to help you out and make sure the dates all coordinate, et cetera. But likely you'll be, if you're still in custody by then, the jail will make sure you get seen. All right. You're excused for today, so you'll find out next week if you're still going to be held without bond or not.
Brown chair, please, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, good morning, ma'am. Can I get your full name, please?
Louise Elizabeth Engstrom.
Thank you, Ms. Engstrom. Ma'am, this is the time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing you today on some new charges. There's some felonies here, criminal damage and endangerment, 5 counts. You also have some misdemeanor charges for driving under the influence, impaired to the slightest degree, as well as extreme driving under the influence over 0.15 blood alcohol. All right, ma'am, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. In certain instances, if you cannot afford an attorney, one may be appointed for you. I'm going to order that the public defender's office be appointed to represent you, ma'am, and you have an attorney seated next to you for purpose of today's hearing. I'll be setting some release conditions for you, Ms. Engstrom. I have reviewed the pretrial services report, the interim complaint. The state's written recommendation is released to pretrial. Mr. Moser, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
No, thank you. Mr. Michael?
No, Your Honor.
All right, ma'am, I'm going to release you to pretrial services. That just means you have to keep in contact with that agency as frequently as they tell you to. Please do not drive without a valid driver's license, no drugs or alcohol, no contact with any alleged non-family member victims. Your next court date, ma'am, is a preliminary hearing on May 7th at 1 p.m. If you fail to appear for court, ma'am, a warrant can issue for your arrest, so please keep in good contact with your attorney. Do you understand all that, Ms. Engstrom?
Yes.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You're excused for today. All right, good morning, sir. Can I get your full name, please?
Andrew John Farmers.
Mr. Farmers, this is the time set for initial appearance. I'm seeing you today for a new felony charge of aggravated driving under the influence. Sir, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. I'm going to appoint the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you, and you have an attorney seated next to you for purpose of today. I'll be setting some release conditions for you, sir. I have reviewed the pretrial services report and the interim complaint. The state's written recommendation is released to pretrial. Mr. Moser, anything further?
Your Honor, I looked at the interim complaint in this case, and I'm going to ask the court to dismiss this matter without prejudice.
Okay. Mr. Michael, anything else you want to add?
No, Your Honor.
So we're granting the state's motion to dismiss the matter without prejudice. So, sir, that means you're released from custody today. The case is no longer pending. The state may choose to file charges in the future. So just so you know, that is out there. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
right, good morning, sir. Can I have your full name, please?
Eddie Eugene Hawkins Jr.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hawkins. This is a time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing you today on one charge of burglary in the 3rd degree, which is a felony. All right, so you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. I'm going to appoint the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you, and you have an attorney seated next to you for purpose of today. I'll be setting some release conditions for you, Mr. Hawkins. I have reviewed the pretrial services report and the interim complaint. The state's written recommendation is a $15,000 bond. Mr. Moser, would the state like to be heard further?
Yes, Your Honor. It looks from pretrial services that he's on probation in CR 2024-4929, but I didn't see that if there was a probation hold in the jail. And the other thing I have is for him not to return to that storage location. I think it's Keep Smart.
All right, thank you, Mr. Moser. Mr. Michael?
Your Honor, we understand that there are a couple factors playing into the request for a high bond. We understand that he was on felony probation, but we want to note that that probation was scheduled to end in 1 week. And when previously on probation, he succeeded and was successfully terminated in 2022. He's unemployed, 61 years old, disabled. He's been in Arizona for 15 years, and his wife has agreed to provide transport and third-party custody. The nature of the crime, particularly what he willingly stated after being advised of Miranda, indicates that he has low means. So a $15,000 bond is essentially a no bond. So we actually think that with pretrial services, he might succeed in the way that he did on probation. But if you are unwilling to impose pretrial services, then at the very least lower the bond so that he could be incentivized but not kept out of reach.
Okay, Mr. Michael, I'm not seeing where you saw that the probation was supposed to end in 1 week. I see in Agave CR 2024-4929, looks like there was a petition to revoke probation and order for summons, ordering Mr. Hawkins to appear in court on that petition.
Oh, I see it on attachment A to the sheet in this case. I see. Oh, I'm sorry. You know what? I was a week in. That was my mistake. It would have been a couple years out. I thought I was reading 2026 instead of 2028. That's my mistake. I apologize for that.
Yeah, according to this order that I'm seeing on Agave, it shows that there is a summons for Mr. Hawkins to appear in Division VE on April 28th at 1:30 on this petition to revoke. So there's no probation hold, but it looks like there's a pending petition out there on probation. Okay. All right. The court does believe a bond is appropriate, given the on probation allegation and an outstanding petition to revoke. The court's going to issue a bond of $5,000. It'll be cash or secured, released to pretrial services if bond is posted. No drugs, no alcohol, no weapons, no and monitoring and treatment is directed by pretrial. No contact with the alleged victims. Do not return to incident location, the Cube Smart at 519 East Prince. So if you do post that bond and you're released from probation, then, if you do post that bond and you're released out of custody, you're to contact the assigned probation officer on the first working day following release from custody. Preliminary hearing date is going to be April 27th at 1:30 p.m. And even though I'm not seeing you on this, sir, you're on notice that looks like you have a probation hearing date on April 28th at 1:30 as well. All right, if you fail to appear for court, sir, a warrant can issue for your arrest. You understand all that, Mr. Hawkins?
Thanks.
All right, thank you, sir. You're excused for today.
Thank you. See, guys. Thank you.
Morning, sir. Can I have your full name, please?
Frank Alexander Hugas.
Thank you, Mr. Hugas. This is the time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing you today on new felony charges, organized retail theft, 2 counts, burglary in the 3rd degree, 2 counts, and shoplifting, which is a misdemeanor. Those are from April of this year. You also have from Tucson City Court, shoplifting, criminal trespass, and drug paraphernalia. Those are from 2025 and 2026. It's all new charges. All right, so you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. In certain instances, if you cannot afford one may be appointed for you. On your felony matter, I'm going to appoint the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you, and you have an attorney seated next to you for purpose of today. I will be setting some release conditions for you, sir, on both the felony as well as the misdemeanor matter. I have reviewed the pretrial services report and the interim complaint. Looks like the state's written recommendation on the felony matters is $5,000 on both of the felony cases. Mr. Moser, anything else for the state?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Mr. Michael?
Due to his limited means, we just asked for a lower amount of these.
All right, court's going to impose a bond on the felony matters of $2,500, cash or secured. It'll be concurrent on both CR 26-005289FE and CR 26-005297-FE. That's cash or secured, released to pretrial services if bond is posted. No drugs, no alcohol, no weapons. Any monitoring or treatment is directed by pretrial. No contact with the alleged victim. Do not return to Circle K. Next court date is a preliminary hearing on April 27th at 1:30 p.m. All right, on the Tucson City Court case matters, that one, sir, I'm going to release you on your own promise to appear for your next court date. Same conditions of release of no contact with any alleged victims, no drugs, no alcohol, do not return to incident locations. I'm going to appoint the Tucson City Public Defender's Office to represent you, sir, so you'll have assistance there at City Court as well. Next court date for Tucson City is going to be May 15th at 9 a.m. If you're still in custody because of the felony matter, jail will make sure you get seen. If you are out of custody by then, it's up to you to make sure you make your court date next month on May 15th. This is also the time set for your arraignment on the Tucson City Court case matter. I'm going to enter not guilty pleas on your behalf. You're advised, sir, that if you fail to appear for court, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Trial can go in your absence. If you are convicted at a trial in your absence and unable to be sentenced within 90 days due to that warrant status, you may lose your right to a direct appeal. So it's in your best interest, sir, to make sure you show up to court, get these cases taken care of. Understand the consequences of failing to show to court, Mr. Hugues. All right, thank you, sir. You're excused from today. All right, good morning, sir. Can I get your full name, please?
Mr. Wayne King Jr.
All right, thank you, Mr. King. This is the time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing you today on a post-indictment matter, CR 2026-1048. The charges are possession of narcotic drugs and drug paraphernalia. Those are from January 19th of this year. Also seeing you on a new misdemeanor charge for drug paraphernalia out of Tucson City Court and prescription drugs, and also failure to appear for crime trespass out of Tucson City Court. Right, so you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. In certain instances, if you cannot afford one may be appointed for you. On your felony matter, I'm going to appoint the Pima County Legal Defender's Office to represent you. I have an attorney seated next to you for purpose of today. I'll be setting some release conditions for you, sir. I have reviewed the pretrial services report. There is no interim complaint. This was a failure to appear at initial parent's arraignment. The bond amount on that failure to appear warrant is $500, which is also the state's written recommendation. Failure to appear warrant is $500, which is also the state's written recommendation. Mr. Moser, would the state like to be heard further?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Mr. Michael?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Court does believe that $500 bond is appropriate based on information the pretrial services report, sort of imposing the $500 bond, cash or secured. Sir, you're released to pretrial. So if you post that bond or if you get released in the future, you have to keep in contact with them. If you do not, your release conditions can be revoked. You can find yourself back in custody. No drugs, no alcohol, no weapons. Any monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial. Your next court date is next Friday, criminal arraignment, April 24th at 1:30 p.m. All right, for Tucson City, sir, that one, I'm going to appoint you an attorney, Tucson City Public Defender's Office. I'm going to release you on your own promise to appear for your next court date, so no bond on the Tucson case. Do not return to any incident location, no drugs, no alcohol. Next court date will be May 15th at 9 a.m. This is also the time set for your arraignment on the new city court charge of possession of drug paraphernalia and prescription drugs. And enter not guilty pleas on your behalf. If you fail to appear for court, warrants can issue for your arrest. Trial can go in your absence. If you're convicted at a trial in your absence, but you're not able to be sentenced within 90 days due to that warrant status, you may lose your right to a direct appeal. Do you understand the consequences of failure to show to court, Mr. King?
Mm.
All right. Thank you, sir. You're excused for today. Thank you.
Yeah.
Good morning, ma'am. Can I get your full name, please?
Jocelyn Ramirez.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Ramirez. This is the time set for initial appearance.
Hello.
All right. I'm seeing you today on some different matters. You have a new felony charge for possession of narcotic drugs and drug paraphernalia. You also have a failure to appear out of Pima County Justice Court for shoplifting and criminal trespass. Those are from September of last year. And you also have out of Tucson City Court a failure to appear for drug paraphernalia. That's also from 2025. So 3 different things. All right, ma'am, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. I'm going to appoint the Pima County Legal Defender's Office to represent you. I have an attorney seated next to you for purpose of today. I'll be setting some release conditions for you, ma'am, on all of your cases. We're going to start with the felony case first. I have reviewed the pretrial services report and the interim complaint. Looks like the state's written recommendation is $1,000 bond. Mr. Moser, I reviewed the interim complaint. Looked like it was 1 pill.
Your Honor, the court feels pretrial services appropriate. I won't oppose it.
And there's steps eligibility as well.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Michael.
We also feel that pretrial services is appropriate. We were going to make this argument about the interim complaint. We understand there's bond and BTS from other cases, but I think you see the disposition is that on those. So we think giving her a chance on pretrial services and then to attend the steps hearing would be the best outcome.
Okay. And waive the preliminary hearing date? Or wait for the preliminary?
Yes.
Okay. So, Ms. Ramirez, you may be eligible to participate in a pre-indictment drug treatment program called STEPS. The state does a screening to see if you qualify for it. If you qualify, you'd have to go through the process and go to the treatment that they tell you to. If you complete it successfully, they dismiss the new felony charges. If you don't, and they'll be able to pursue the charges. Would you be interested in participating in the STEPS program?
Would that help me with my DCS case?
Sorry?
Would that help me with my DCS case?
Well, I can't tell you anything about that, but it's about this case. So
okay.
It's a divergent program. You may be eligible for it.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to set you a STEPS hearing for next Friday, April 24th at 9 a.m. I'm going to release to pretrial services. Please keep in good contact with them. They're very on top of things. So next Friday, today's Friday, next Friday at 9 a.m., you show up to the 3rd floor at Superior Court, all right, for your STEPS hearing.
Thank you.
All right, no drugs, no alcohol, no weapons. Any monitoring or treatment is directed by pretrial. Please keep in contact with your legal defender. The preliminary hearing date is pushed back to June 1st at 1:30. Okay. I also have to talk to you, ma'am, about your justice court case. So that was the failure to appear for shoplifting and criminal trespass from September of last year. I'm going to release you on your own recognizance, so no bond on that one, ma'am. No contact with the alleged victims. Don't return to the incident locations for the shoplifting. Next court date is May 12th at 9 a.m. You'll get paperwork on all this.
Okay.
All right. And then for Tucson City Court, All right, for Tucson City Court, that's the failure to appear for a drug paraphernalia from last year. I'm going to release on your own promise to appear for your next court date. No drugs, no alcohol. Next court date is May 18th. So you have 3 court dates, ma'am, to keep track of. You have next Friday for that steps diversion program, the felony case. You have May 12th, which is going to be for Justice Court, and May 18th for Tucson City. All right, you're going to have 3 sets of papers that you're going to get when you get out of jail. If you fail
Time
to,
on Tucson.
oh, sorry, yes, May 18th at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you.
As you can see, ma'am, when you fail to appear for court, warrants can issue for your arrest. I know it's hard, but you got to keep track of all your dates, right? Oh.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, you're excused for today. Thank you, ma'am.
You have to.
Roberson? It's wrong. Sorry.
Sorry.
All right, good morning, sir. Can I get your full name, please?
Jeffrey Marshall Robertson.
Thank you, Mr. Robertson. This is a time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing you today on new felony charges of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, dangerous instrument, and disorderly conduct with a weapon, which are both felonies. So you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. I'm going to appoint the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you, and you have an attorney seated next to you for purpose of today. I'll be setting some release conditions for you, Mr. Robertson. I have reviewed the pretrial services report and the interim complaint. The state's written recommendation is a $5,000 bond. Mr. Moser, would the state like to be heard further?
Yes, Your Honor. He has an NCA 1 and FTA 1, and that tends to support pretrial services release. However, given the nature of the offense where he pointed a firearm at the victim's chest and she was afraid for her life, the state has requested a bond of $5,000.
All right, thank you. Mr. Michael?
1 second, you're right. So, Judge, we do understand the allegations are serious, but they are also confusing. I mean, I think we've all read the interim complaint. We have no felony priors. He's 53 and disabled. He's been Tucson for 8 years. So this is something that appears to be unusual and sudden. So
It was a SWAT attack. Sorry.
Well, I think that with PTS support and conditions, including, turning over firearms restrictions, that might address safety concerns, and with participation and possibly treatment and screening recommended, it could address more meaningfully what is attempted by a high bond.
All right, thank you. Anything else from the state?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Given the allegations of the interim complaint, the court does find that a bond is appropriate given the allegations of the alleged use of a weapon. The court is going to impose a bond of $5,000. It'll be cash or secured, released to pretrial services if that bond is posted. Absolutely no weapons, sir. No drugs, no alcohol. Any monitoring or treatment is directed by pretrial services. No contact whatsoever with the alleged victim. Don't try to go find her or anything like that. Next court date is a preliminary hearing on April 27th at 1:30 p.m. Please keep in contact with your attorney, sir. If you fail to appear for court, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand all that, Mr. Roberson?
I don't.
Okay. No questions?
No, ma'am.
All right.
No, Your Honor.
Good luck to you. You're excused for today, sir. Morning, sir. Can I get your full name, please?
Alan Rodriguez, West Coast.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez-Rascon. This is the time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing you today on new felony charges of possession of narcotic drugs and possession of drug paraphernalia. So you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. I'm going to appoint the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you. And you have an attorney seated next to you for purpose of today. I'll be setting some release conditions for you, sir. I have reviewed the pretrial services report and the interim complaint. The state's written recommendation is released to pretrial screen first steps. Mr. Moser, anything else to add?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Michael?
No, Your Honor.
And wait time for the preliminary hearing date?
Let me just check really quick. Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Rodriguez-Rascon, the state has indicated you may be eligible to participate in a pre-indictment drug diversion program. So it's an alternative to prosecution, obviously, if you qualify, but it's for drug treatment. Would you be interested? That's a yes?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So like I said, the state does a screening. The program is called STEPS. I will set you a STEPS hearing for next Friday, April 24th at 9 a.m. That's at the 3rd floor at the Superior Courthouse. Today's Friday, so you have to make sure you show up to court next Friday, Superior Court on the 3rd floor. And you'll find out if you qualify for the program. If you qualify for the program, you sign up for it and all that. You do the treatment that they tell you to. You could end up with dismissed charges.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So I'm going to release you to pretrial services. Make sure you show up to court next Friday to see if you find out about that program. No drugs, no alcohol, no weapons. Any monitoring or treatment is directed by pretrial. And the preliminary hearing date is pushed back to June 1st at 1:30. And that's basically so that you can participate in this program.
Yes, ma'am.
If you fail to appear for court, sir, if you fail to keep in contact with pretrial, a warrant can issue for your arrest. You understand all that, Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much for today.
Thank you.
Steve?
Your Honor, I don't have information on Mr. Steve here on any of our systems yet, including the incident complaint.
So this is not a felony case. This is out of county.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, it may be felony, but it's out of county, I guess. Okay. All right. Can I get your full name, please, sir?
One more time.
Frank Steve?
All right. Good morning, Mr. Steve. This is the time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing you for some out-of-county warrants right now, sir. It looks like they're from Maricopa County. It looks like they're post-indictment matters out of Maricopa County from 2017, 2021, and 2023. Looks like the 2021, the charges are for narcotic drugs and paraphernalia. The one from 2017 is also for paraphernalia. And the 2023 is for narcotic drugs. All right, so you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. In certain instances, if you cannot afford one may be appointed for you. So I do see that you're held in Pima County on, I think you're held without bond right now in Pima County for local charges. There are outstanding bond amounts from Maricopa County, an amount of $750 for each of those 3 cases. I'm going to honor those bonds from Maricopa County judges. So it'll be $750 on each case, cash or secured. I set you a review hearing May 18th at 9 a.m. for all 3 cases. So sir, basically those are put on hold until everything in Pima County is resolved. So it's just a review hearing to check in to see what's going on with your local cases. All right, if everything in Pima County is resolved, then Maricopa is notified that you're all done here, over there to deal with those words. Any questions, sir?
No.
All right, thank you, Mr. Steve. You're excused for today.
Padlock? All the way out, sir.
Good morning, sir. Can I get your full name, please?
James Robert Tadlock. Good morning.
All right, thank you, Mr. Tadlock. This is the time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing today on new felony charges of fraudulent schemes and artifices and tampering with physical evidence. The dates of offense are December 25 and January 26. All right, sir, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. I appoint the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you. Any of the attorneys seated next to you for purpose of today. I will be setting some release conditions for you, sir. I have reviewed the pretrial services report and the inner complaint. The state's written recommendation is released to pretrial. Mr. Moser, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Michael?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Tadlock, I am going to release to pretrial services. That means you have to keep in contact with that agency as frequently as they tell you to. No drugs, no alcohol, no weapons. Any monitoring or treatment is directed by pretrial services. No contact with the alleged victim. Not try to find her. Don't talk to her. Don't go to her work. no contact whatsoever. Your next court date, sir, is going to be a preliminary hearing on May 7th at 1:30 p.m. That date may or may not go forward, so please keep in contact with your attorney, the public defender's office. If you fail to appear for court, sir, a warrant can issue for your arrest. You understand all that, Mr. Tadlock?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Your Honor. Sorry.
Thank you. You're excused for today.
At home?
Good morning, sir. Can I get your full name, please?
Thomas Joseph Tejon.
Thank you, Mr. Tejon. This is the time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing you today on some new felony charges, possession of narcotic drugs, theft by extortion, and drug paraphernalia. Sir, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. I'm going to appoint Mr. Efthymios Katsarelis to represent you, and you have an attorney seated next to you for purpose of today. I'll be setting some release conditions for you, sir. I have reviewed the pretrial services report and the interim complaint. The state's written recommendation is a $15,000 bond. And Mr. Moser, is that in lieu of requesting a no bond hold, just requesting the high bond?
That's correct, Your Honor, because he's on release in 2 cases. However, we're not going to proceed with the no bond hearing, and I'm going to ask for the $15,000 instead.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Michael?
Well, given this is in lieu of a no bond, I suppose I don't have much that I could argue. And I think if we look at the facts of this particular defendant, that in a perfect world, this would be steps eligible. But we did notice that in the interim complaint there is drugs involved, and all of these cases are extremely recent. So we think that if pretrial services had conditions, for example, of screening and treatment, we might be able to more meaningfully address what is underlying what is happening here than a high bond, because the purposes of bond are to ensure participation and to protect the community. We do not think that Mr. Town is a threat to the community, or that with proper incentivization and participation with PTS that he would be reticent to participate.
All right, thank you. Court does find a bond to be appropriate given the procedural circumstances and the other pending cases and the nature of the new allegations that include a charge that is not drug related. All right. Court's going to put the bond of $7,500. It'll be cash or secured. Released to pretrial services if bond is posted. No drugs, no alcohol, no weapons. Monitoring and treatment is directed by pretrial. No contact whatsoever with the alleged victim. Do not try to find the alleged victim in person or virtual, phone, etc. No contact means no contact, sir. Your next court date is April 27th at 1:30 p.m. That date may or may not go forward, so please keep in contact with your attorney, Mr. Katsarelis. If you fail to appear for court, sir, warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand all that, Mr. Tejon?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, sir. You're excused for today. At the jail, is that everyone?
That looks like it, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good
Okay. All right, can the interpreter hear me?
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning. Loud and clear.
Good morning. All right, we're going to have to go consecutive for the announcements, unfortunately, because we have three people. And just so the officers know, I'm going to go Alvarado, Fuentes, Quintela. So if you want to set up Alvarado with headphones at your leisure. Oh, looks like you did. Way ahead of me. Okay. All right. This is the 11 a.m. initial appearance calendar for April 17th, 2026.
Este es el calendario de las 11 de la mañana de las comparecencias iniciales de el 17 de abril 2026.
The court's orders for the taking of fingerprints and DNA samples made on the 2 a.m. calendar on the 1st of the month will also apply to these hearings.
Las órdenes judiciales provistas durante el primer calendario del mes para que se obtengan las muestras de ADN y huellas dactilares también corresponden a esas audiencias.
I'm going to read the victim's rights advisement first in the event there are any victims observing the hearing here at the jail or remotely.
Voy a leer ahora la asesoría de los derechos de la víctima por el caso de que haya alguna víctima observando ya sea aquí o de manera remota.
If you are the victim of a crime with a case pending before this court, you're advised that you have rights under Arizona law that, among others, include the right to be treated with fairness, respect, and dignity, to a speedy trial, to be present at all court proceedings, to choose whether or not to be interviewed by the defendant or the defendant's attorney, to be heard before the court makes a decision on release, negotiation of a plea, scheduling, and sentencing, and to receive restitution from a person who is convicted of causing you loss. If you've not already been provided with a written statement of all victims' rights, please contact the Victim Services Division of the Prosecutor's Office.
Si usted es la parte ofendida de un delito y una causa pendiente que ante este tribunal, por la presente se le informa que goza de derechos según la ley de Arizona. Entre otros, esto incluye el derecho de recibir un trato respetuoso y digno, a un juicio, a un proceso sin dilación, el acudir a las audiencias judiciales, a decidir si deseas permitir que el acusado o el abogado del acusado lo entreviste, el derecho de manifestarse ante el juez cuando el juez decida cuestiones en cuanto a la puesta de libertad, negociaciones de un convenio resolutorio, la programación y la imposición de pena, y el derecho al resarcimiento por parte de la persona responsable de causar sus daños. Si aún no se le ha provisto con todas las declaraciones de los derechos de la víctima por escrito, comuníquese con los intercesores de víctima de la Fiscalía.
All right, Mr. De Leon Alvarado, if you please come forward to the podium.
Señor De León Alvarado, pase por favor al podio.
Okay, yeah, we'll have to mess with the volume. Yeah, does he have the thing? Yeah, I have to see if you can help him. They're just working on that. What's that?
Your Honor.
Oh.
The interpreter is calling again.
Okay, okay. Momento. Yeah, go ahead. She says you should be good.
The interpreter has a party on the line now, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, sir, let's begin with your full name and date of birth, please.
Soy Hernán Díaz de León Alvarado. Mi fecha de nacimiento es el 11 de septiembre del 87.
I am Hernan Diaz de León Alvarado. My date of birth is September 11th of 1987. Jose Garcia, CITS Spanish Court Interpreter.
Thank you. You have been arrested on allegations of possessing both narcotic and dangerous drugs for sale, each of which is a Class 2 felony. You've also been accused of money laundering in the second degree, which is a Class 3 felony. There is probable cause for those crimes, and I am appointing a lawyer to represent you in this case. I'm scheduling your next two court dates. The first will be a status conference, April 23rd at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court. Your preliminary hearing is scheduled for April 27th at 8:30 in the same court. You have a $5,000 secured appearance bond. You have to post that to be released while you wait for your trial in the case. If you come to all of your court hearings and comply with your release conditions, you will get the money back at the end of the case, even if you are ultimately convicted. If you miss any court date or violate your release conditions, you could lose that money forever, and the court will issue a warrant for your arrest. Your release conditions are in writing, along with the dates and the court address. Those conditions include that you may not possess any weapons, no drugs without a valid prescription, no driving without a valid license, and you may not leave the state of Arizona without the advance permission of the court. Everything is on your paperwork. If you please step to your left, the officers will hand you your copy and you can give them the headphones. Thank you. All right, then we're going to do Mr. Fuentes. Joaquin Fuentes.
Joaquín Fuentes.
All right. And next will be Fabián Quintela.
Y luego después pasará Fabián Quintela.
Mr. Quintela, will you go sit in the chair, please?
Señor Quintela, por favor, tome asiento en la silla.
Thank you.
Gracias.
All right, Mr. Fuentes, can I have your full name and date of birth, please?
Joaquín Fuentes Tejada, 16 de diciembre de 1987.
Joaquín Fuentes Quejada, December 16th of 1987.
Thank you. You have been arrested on a warrant in a case from the Encanto Justice Court. You've been charged in that court with driving under the influence of alcohol, alleged 3 different ways, but on the same date, which is May 18th of 2024. Each of the charges is a Class 1 misdemeanor. The warrant was issued August 13th, 2024. It says it is an initial arrest warrant, which means it only issued because that court did not have a working address for you. So you have not missed any court dates in this case. I'm going to appoint a lawyer for you. I'm going to give you a court date on May 7th at 1:30 in the afternoon. The address for the Encanto Justice Court will be on your paperwork, and I am going to release you on your own recognizance to go to court and comply with your release condition. Will you do that?
Okay.
I need a yes or no.
Sí.
Yes.
Importantly, those conditions include no driving without a valid driver's license, no alcohol while the case is pending, whether you are driving or not. And if there was any kind of collision, there may be a victim in the case who's entitled to restitution from you. So no contact with that person or those people. If there was no collision, then that does not apply to you. Everything is on your paperwork. If you'll please step to your left, the officers will give you a copy. Don't lose it. Don't miss your court dates. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Quintela?
Yeah.
Great. Oh, he says he doesn't need the interpreter at all? All right, it's optional. Would you like an interpreter? Okay, you're completely good, you're sure? All right, you can go ahead and sit down then. I'm not going to do your case till later. All right, could the interpreter make a general call for service, please? We may have missed, often when that happens, there is a third person and we mismarked it.
Absolutely, Your Honor. ¿Existe alguien más presente esta mañana que necesite los servicios de interpretación? Si puede, por favor, levantar su mano.
Okay, he says nobody's saying yes, so thank you very much. Looks like we're good to go. Have a great day.
Likewise, Your Honor. You and your staff have a wonderful day.
Bye-bye.
And I resigned, but you just got to reclose Kinsella. I didn't change it. I just want to take the slide off.
Okay, let's keep going, please, with Adrian Soto. You will be next, if you please come in, Adrian Soto. And then Larry Miller, if you go to the chair, you will be after Mr. Soto. Right here, sir. All right, sir, may I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Yeah, Adrian Lee Soto, August 31st, 1996.
All right, thank you. You're here on 2 felony warrants and 1 misdemeanor warrant. I'm going to start with the felony. You've been charged in a newly filed case, which is a grand jury indictment. That means, sir, I'm here to tell you what's happening. I apologize. Sorry. The grand jury met, they heard evidence, and they found probable cause to charge you with trafficking in the stolen property in the first degree, a Class 2 felony, burglary in the third degree, a Class 4 felony, and theft by control of stolen property, a Class 6 felony.
Oh.
And I just realized something. I want to change the, looks like you got indicted sometime in 2025. So I want to change something, and I want to double check your probation start date. It's not an invitation to talk. Okay, people want to fill the silence. Please don't. I'm actually reading things. Okay. I just realized I misunderstood something about the timing of that. So let me make sure that I understand it correctly. Okay, I do still have to change the one, officers, that is his 2025 Superior Court case, just to correct it. Wait, maybe I don't. Hang on. I know I mentioned some timing in one of, yeah, okay, it's actually the probation one. I need to change his probation one, that is the 2021 case. Okay, hold on. Okay. All right, that one's good to reprint. It's number 19. Okay, Mr. Soto, sorry for the delay. I wanted to make sure that I understood the sequence of events in your case. All right, so in this grand jury case, you were indeed on probation, so it does constitute an additional probation violation that they will need to file a new petition to revoke for, because you also failed to appear on an existing petition to revoke in your probation case, but this grand jury, these charges are not contained in that petition. So that means they'll be filing a new supplemental petition based on this grand jury case, which is alleged to have occurred February 1st of 2024, the trafficking, burglary, and theft. Okay. All that's alleged February 21 of 2024. The grand jury indictment was handed down sometime in 2025. It looks like it was.
I wasn't at the address for where it was sent.
They wouldn't have sent you a summons. They don't typically know. Not in the grand jury case. Okay. No, it's a secret, and it's usually, especially when somebody has priors, it usually goes straight to warrant. You're going to have an arraignment hearing. I am appointing a lawyer for you in the grand jury case. You're going to have an arraignment hearing April 24th at 8:30 in the morning, which is 1 week from today, in the downtown Superior Court. I am affirming the bond in that case. It is $25,000 secured, plus release conditions that include no contact with any victims, don't go to the scene of any crimes, no weapons, drugs, alcohol, no contact with any victims. Now, in the probation case, you're on probation for dangerous drug possession, a Class 4 felony. You were apparently out of custody last year, and when your probation revocation was pending, you FTA'd at your probation revocation hearing, and there was a warrant put out for you July 31st of 2025. So you already have a lawyer appointed in that case. Your next court date is going to be in the probation court this Thursday, the day before your arraignment. It's April 23rd, 8:30 in the morning. That'll be on your paperwork. In that case, considering the new indictment and your 8 prior felonies, the court finds you will, in all reasonable probability, be revoked to prison in your probation case. So you do not have bond at all in your probation case. You are held without bond. Then in the Buckeye City Court, there was a warrant put out for you in a shoplifting case. It's a Class 1 misdemeanor. It's a failure to appear warrant, and the date it was issued is August 13th of 2025. Your court date in Buckeye is going to be Wednesday, the 22nd at 1 p.m. And I'm just going to set what we call a placeholder bond. It's $50 secured, plus release conditions, just to ensure you get credit for time in custody in the Buckeye case and that they do take you over for court on Wednesday. So you got court dates Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Everything's on your paperwork. You're not bondable in your probation. You have a $25,000 bond in your grand jury. If you'll step to your left, you get that paperwork. Thanks. All right, Mr. Miller? And then Mark Isett, we go to the chair. Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth?
Larry Miller,
Which date of birth?
8/16/81.
Okay, thanks. You're here on a new case. You were booked in for one allegation of discharging a firearm at a residence. It's a Class 2 felony. 6 allegations of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. Those are Class 3 felonies. 1 allegation of possession of a weapon by a prohibited person. That's a Class 4 felony. There is probable cause for all of those, and I am appointing a lawyer to represent you. Your next court date is going to be a status conference, April 23rd, which is this coming Thursday, 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court. Your preliminary hearing is scheduled for the following Monday, April 27th at 8:30. Same court. The address is on your paperwork. Based on what the police have alleged, the court finds the state's recommendation is appropriate. I'm going to set bail in your case at $100,000. It is secured, which means you can use a bail bondsman. If you post it, you will be on an electronic ankle monitor under the supervision of pretrial services. That's to ensure keeping away from the alleged victims. You can't go to the scene of the alleged crimes, no contact with any of the alleged victims, don't respond to any contact from them, no weapons, no drugs, no alcohol. Everything you need to know is on your paperwork. If you step to your left, she'll give you a copy. Thank you. Mr. Isett or Isett, and then Wayne Strahan, and he's one of the guys who needs headphones, so Strahan may not be able to hear me. There he is, okay. I was told he needed headphones, so we'll get that set up when he comes in. All right, sir, can I have your full name and your date of birth?
Mark Isett, 11/30/81.
All right, thank you. You're here on 2 warrants from the Gila County Superior Court in 2 different felony cases in which you failed to appear at what appears to be, it's likely that it was your sentencing hearing. This warrant was issued January 17th of 2023. So in the first case, number 1 on the calendar, you've been charged with conspiracy and possession of narcotic drugs for sale, Class 2 felonies. Possession of both narcotic and dangerous drugs, as well as using electronic communications device to facilitate a drug transaction. Those last 3 are Class 4 felonies. Drug paraphernalia possession of Class 6 felony. And number 2 on the calendar, you've been charged with 1 count of possessing narcotics for sale. That's a Class 2 felony. 1 count of simple possession of narcotics. That's a Class 4 felony. 1 count of drug paraphernalia possession, a Class 6 felony. You have already had a determination of counsel made there. I'm presuming you do have counsel already appointed for you in Gila County. Is that correct? You had counsel back then?
Yeah.
Okay, then you still will. Your arraignment hearing in Gila County is going to be April 22nd, which is this Wednesday, 5 days from now, 8:30 in the morning in the Gila County Superior Court. The address is on your paperwork. Bond is set in each case at $10,000 cash only. That is $20,000 cash. If you post it, you have to comply with all of your written release conditions or you lose that money and there will be more warrants issued for your arrest, undoubtedly with larger bonds. Or I will say, if somebody entered a guilty plea, which it looks like you did, I can see that there was a plea agreement hearing. It looks like you entered guilty pleas. That judge could make certain findings and issue a no bond warrant for you. They haven't done that yet. They can. So if you bond out, you need to comply all of your release conditions and show up for court. Everything's on your paperwork. If you don't post the bond, the Gila County Sheriffs have to come and get you from Maricopa. If you'll step to your left, she'll get you your paperwork. Thanks.
What happens if they don't come and get me though?
No, you basically just sit and wait. Inter-county transfer, there are no specific laws applicable. There are laws applicable to going state to state, not county to county. It could be many, many days. Talk to the DOs. It depends on when the next van to Gila County is going. So it could be a while. Mr. Strahan? And then Carlos Bedoya, will you go to the chair? Hi, sir. Are the headphones working okay? Can you hear me?
They're not working.
Okay.
If I can see you.
There's yeah, it might be unplugged or sometimes it's the power button. I'm going to talk. Yeah, you put them up there. Yeah, I'm going to talk and then let me know when you can hear me. And then,
backwards? Okay.
yeah, keep trying the volume. Can you just show them the volume button?
No, I can just, if
You
I
got
can
to turn
look
up
at
the
it.
volume.
I can.
I'm going to keep talking, I'm going to check. Better? Okay, great. Then you can turn the volume up too if you want. See the volume button?
Okay.
Okay, thanks. Are you good?
Yes.
Okay. Can I have your full name and date of birth?
Wayne Allen Strahan, 7270.
Thank you. You are here on a warrant for failing to appear at a not guilty arraignment hearing in a case in which you've been charged with aggravated driving under the influence of alcohol or drugs, 2 counts, both Class 4 felonies. The warrant was issued March 4th of 2026. You already have a lawyer in this case. You will have a status conference. Hold on.
Should we do an NGA? It's in front of the jail issue, DUI, but they set up a post-warrant status conference, but shouldn't it be the NGA?
I think we set everything for, unless it's.
Okay. All right, here's, no, whatever
The rule is, okay, all right. I just want to make sure we were giving you the correct type of hearing. It's going to be a post-warrant status conference in front of your trial judge, and I'm sure she will also conduct the arraignment that day. And that is going to be April 27th at 8:30 in the morning, which is 10 days from today. It is a week from Monday, April 27th, 8:30 in the morning. I am affirming the bond that she set for you, which is $5,000, and it is cash only. If you post it, you must comply with all of your release conditions. Do not miss your court dates. If you'll please step to your left, they will give you your paperwork, and you can give them the headphones. Thank you. It looks like we will need those again for Galindo, but okay. All righty, did I miss signing one up here, Katrina? Yeah, okay, it's done, 18. I got it, the one I missed.
Oh, okay.
All right, Mr. Bedoya, and then Ryan Nasswood, will you go to the chair?
There's nothing changed on that one, right?
Bodilla, right?
Right, yes, Bedoya or Bedola. No, it did not change, no.
Okay.
Sorry, man. Here he comes. After that will be Ryan Nasswood. Yeah, that's the guy. Hi, sir. Right there, can I have your full name and your date of birth?
Carlos Daniel Bedoya, January 7th, 1984.
Okay, thanks. You're here on 4 probation warrants. You're on probation in 4 separate felony cases. There were petitions to revoke filed in all 4 cases back on October 8th. They allege that you violated terms 3, 4, and 5 of your intensive probation. You'll get a copy of those from your lawyer, and I am appointing a lawyer for you on all 4 petitions. You're going to have the same next court date for all 4 cases. It is this coming Thursday, April 23rd at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown probation court.
Okay.
I'm going to affirm the bonds set for you by the probation judge. In the robbery case, armed robbery, which is number 26 on the calendar, your bond is $5,000 secured. In there's some class 4s in number 24 on the calendar, it's $500 secured. In number 25 on the calendar, it is $750. And in number 27 on the calendar, it is $250 secured. So I believe that is $6,500 total, but you'll have to do the math. You do have written conditions. If you post the bond, be sure to comply with all of those and call your PO within 24 hours of release because you're on intensive probation.
Okay.
If you don't bond out, you'll see the judge and your lawyer next week. If you
Okay.
step to your left, they give you the paperwork. Thank you.
If I don't bond out, I'll see the judge Thursday?
Correct. Thursday, the 23rd. That is 6 days from now.
Okay.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Nasswood. And then Jessica Medina, will you go to the chair? Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth?
Ryan Lyle Noswood, 4/18/86.
Okay, thanks. You're here on a new case. You got arrested for aggravated driving under the influence of alcohol, a class 4 felony, extreme DUI by blood alcohol of 0.20 or more. That's a class 1 misdemeanor. And simple DUI, no, they did DUI by drugs. Hold on. No, I think they made a mistake. I got a no PC, that one. I think they meant to just do simple DUI while impaired to the slightest degree, but they picked the drug one, and they didn't allege drugs at all. They just alleged alcohol. So I do want to reprint number 3, FYI. So for purposes of this hearing only, I don't find probable cause on the DUI by drugs allegation because I think that's a mistake. But you will have a lawyer. Your lawyer can sort out with you what the charges might eventually be. I am appointing a lawyer. Your court date is going to be a status conference April 23rd at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court. Preliminary hearing April 27th at 8:30. That's all on your paperwork. You have a $2,500 secured appearance bond. If you post it, you're going to have to alcohol test for us, so you'll get an envelope with information about that. Absolutely no driving at any time for any reason. You may not have any alcohol, no weapons. You have, as I recall, at least, yes, you do. You have a prior ag DUI. So you are a prohibited possessor, so no weapons either. Everything's going to be on your paperwork. 2,500 secured, plus alcohol testing, and your court date is the 23rd and the 27th. It's all on your paperwork. Thank you. All right, then Ms. Medina. Yeah, you can go ahead and wait right there, Mr. Noswood. He's going to send it out. Ms. Medina? And then Sakine Wilder or Sakine Wilder, will you please go to the chair? Hi, sir, ma'am, can I have your full name and date of birth?
Jessica Marie Medina, 6/13/1984.
Okay, thanks. You're here on 2 probation warrants. You're on probation in 2 felony cases. And back on February 9th, there were petitions to revoke your probation filed in both cases. They allege that you violated terms 3 and 5. You'll get copies of those from your lawyer, and I am appointing a lawyer to represent you. Your next court date is a revocation arraignment hearing and possible disposition hearing this coming Thursday, April 23rd at 8:30 in the morning. You have a $250 secured appearance bond in each case. That is $500 total. If you bond out, be sure to comply with your release conditions and call your PO within 72 hours. The number is right on your paperwork. If you step to your left, I'll give you copies. Thank you.
Just have a seat, first row to the left.
All right, Ms. Fulwilder, if you come to the podium, please. After that, Anthony Astorga, will you please go to the chair? Hi, ma'am. Can I have your full name and your date of birth?
King Gail Fulwilder, September 23rd, 1982.
Okay, thank you. You're here on a new case. You got arrested for possessing dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony, and drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. There is probable cause for those, and I am appointing a lawyer for you. Your next court date will be May 1st at 8:30 in the morning. That's 2 weeks from now. A status conference, May 1st, 8:30 in the morning, in the downtown Superior Court. The address is on your paperwork. We're going to schedule your preliminary hearing for May 5th at 8:30, and you qualify for release on your own recognizance. I'm not showing any felony priors for you. So go to court. Assuming that's correct, you could very well get an offer for a diversion program, which is where you do some, drug treatment, and then you never even take a felony conviction. But that's up to the county attorney. If they want to offer it to you, it's up to you if you want to accept it. You just have to go. So I'm just trying to encourage you. It is a felony. Don't miss court. And there's also help available for those who want it. If you step to your left, you get your paperwork. Good luck, man.
There you go.
All right, Mr. Astorga? And then Fabian Quintela, will you go to the chair? Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth?
Yeah, it's Anthony Lee Astorga III, January 31st, 1987.
Okay, thanks. You're here on 1 warrant from Peoria City Court and 1 new case out of Peoria City Court. So I'm going to start with a new case. They booked you in on a new allegation of second-degree criminal trespass, which is a Class 2 misdemeanor. There is probable cause for it, and I'm going to give you the same court dates in both cases. It's May 5th at 9 in the morning in the Peoria City Court. That's a little over 2 weeks from now. The warrant, also out of Peoria, is in a shoplifting case. It is alleged to have happened back on April 18th of 2025. Same court date, like I said, May 5th, 9 in the morning, Peoria City Court. And it looks like from public access records, this is likely the first warrant in the case. So I'm going to release you on your own recognizance in this one as well to come to court.
Okay.
If it wasn't your first warrant, I would be giving you at least a small bond.
Yeah.
So go to court. I've also, in my order as a term of release in this case, I've prohibited you from going to any Target store. And that is because people who repetitively shoplift tend to like to focus on one retailer, that they get used to that retailer and their practices. And it's this court's belief that people get sort of into habits with certain retailers. So if Target hasn't already trespassed you nationwide, because I think they do, I know Walmart does,
Yeah.
but they likely trespass you nationwide, I'm banning you from Targets while this case is pending as a term of release in this case. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
All righty. Plus, they clearly know you.
Yeah.
So everything is on your paperwork, and I will say Target Loss Prevention builds cases against people with high-definition video. They don't arrest them. They'll get 10 or 15 videos going. They'll turn it into the police and say, let's do some felonies, and the police will get them for felonies. Target is famous for it. Their loss prevention builds felony cases. And they use facial recognition, and so I just trying to get a clue. If they banned you nationwide, you shouldn't go.
Yeah, right.
Also, I ban you while the cases are pending.
Yeah.
Walmart does the same thing. If you step to your left, you get your paper.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Quintela? And Theodora Pula, we go to the chair. All right, sir, can I have your full name and your date of birth?
Fabian Quintela,
Which date of birth?
5/26/91.
Okay, thanks. You're here on a probation warrant. It looks like, back on, hang on, April 15th, so a couple days ago, there was a petition to revoke filed alleging that you violated term 4, which is not actively participating, cooperating in substance abuse treatment, and the warrant was issued for you. So I'm going to give you a lawyer and a court date. It's April 23rd, this coming Thursday, April 23rd, 6 days from now, 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court. And I don't do this very often. I am actually going to release you because you've been in contact. You haven't been completely in the wind. It's a brand new warrant. The violation alleged doesn't indicate that you're off the rails, and it's your first petition to revoke. So it's my hope that you did not like this and you don't want it to happen again.
No, ma'am.
And so you call your PO within 72 hours of release. Do you need the number? Because I forgot to check the box for you. Do you need the phone number for your PO? Do you have it?
Yeah.
I can put. I have the main number. I can click a box that puts the main number on here. Would that help you?
I would appreciate it, yeah.
Okay. Let me reprint his then, please. Because you have to call them either way. So even if I forget to check it, I don't reprint for that, because if people know the number, they don't, need the main one. But when I check the box, it gives you the main number, and you have to wait through a stupid phone tree. But you get the selection, and then they'll tell you who your PO is.
Okay.
And connect you with them. So just go to court, right? You're in the kind of situation where, as long as you comply, high chance that it's a Prop 200 first offense. High chance you'll never do another night in jail ever. Right. Unless you stop complying. That's how people with Prop 200 first strikes end up doing any jail. It's because they blow off their PO, they don't show up, they stop doing what they're told. That's the only way you spend the night in jail. So if you don't like jail, go to this court hearing I just gave you and call your PO within 72 hours. So that's call them by Monday.
Okay.
Let them know you got released, because you got to be reporting. Go to court on Thursday. You talk to your lawyer. You can fight this. You can fight this allegation.
Okay.
But, I was trying to tell people, use your brain. No, nobody's actually really trying to lock you up. It's non-compliance that ends up with this. So just show up, okay?
All right.
Steps you left, you get your paperwork. Thank you. All right. Ms. Pula, Theodora Pula. And then Gabriel Perez, will you go to the chair? Hello, ma'am. Can I have your full name and date of birth?
Theodora Jane Pula, 9/14/1983.
Okay, thanks. You're here on a warrant from the Winslow Justice Court, where you've been charged with shoplifting, which is a Class 1 misdemeanor. And it looks like this warrant was issued March 26th of this year out of the Winslow Justice Court. So I'm going to give you a court date up there. It is April 22nd. I can't push it further out. I have to use what they give me. So that's this Wednesday, April 22nd at 8:30 in the morning. From what I can see in the public access records, which I'm so grateful to have, thank you, Katrina. I'm thinking we should make everybody do that now, but anyway. You've never missed any court dates in this case. That it was a long-form complaint, meaning they filed it after it's alleged to have happened and then mailed something that they didn't have a good address. So you haven't missed any court dates. So I'm going to release you. And if you can't get yourself up to Winslow by Wednesday, though, you need to call them. You've got at least Monday and Tuesday to call them. You may not be out in time to call them today. Mm-hmm. So Monday or Tuesday at the latest, you need to call them if you're not going to be there on Wednesday.
Okay.
Because you just say, listen, I just got out of jail, et cetera. Can we push my court date out 30 days? Generally, from what I understand, these lower courts, they will move the court date for you if you call before the warrant issues. But if you blow them off, it will turn into a warrant, and this is going to happen again.
Okay.
So I realize 5 days is super, super soon, but you've been warned. Be sure and look them up and call them and ask for a new court date if you can't get up there by Wednesday morning, okay?
Okay.
All righty. And don't go to this store, wherever that was, et cetera. Everything's on your paperwork.
Okay.
All right, good luck, ma'am.
All right.
Or Mr. Perez? All right, and then it'll be, and then Mr. Galindo, we need to get him the headphones though, right? He needs the headphones. Yeah. Okay. All right, Mr. Perez, can I have your full name and date of birth?
Gabriel Perez, 3572.
All right, just when I get used to saying it Perez, then if somebody comes in and says Perez, because I grew up saying Perez, but I came from New Mexico and nobody says Perez.
I'm sorry.
No worries. No, it's just funny. It's like I practice like saying it the way everybody in Arizona says it, because I think, it's probably more the way folks from Mexico say it, but I grew up saying Perez. Anyway, so then I'm like, okay, well, 3 out of 4 times it's Perez. Anyway, so, all right, you're here on a driving on suspended license ticket. It's a class 1 misdemeanor. I'm not appointing a lawyer for you because I'm going to release you. Your arraignment hearing will be May 5th, 2 in the afternoon in the Arrowhead Justice Court. The address is, it's on your paperwork. They consolidate them now and give them names. It's in Surprise. And so you go, it's a Central Court Center in Surprise. So just go on April 5th at 2 in the afternoon, and I'm going to release you, comply with your release conditions. That includes don't drive without a valid license. Because
You said May 5th or April 5th?
Oh, I didn't mean to say April. It's May. Because April 5th, you'd have to go back in time.
Yeah.
It is Cinco de Mayo.
Okay.
So 2 in the afternoon up there in Surprise. The address is right there in your paperwork. Don't miss it, because this happens again if you miss it.
All right.
All right, good luck, sir. If you take your paperwork.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, good luck. Mr. Galindo? And then Mr. Cedric, Irishura Cedric, if you go to the chair. Hi, sir. We're going to get you that first.
Here you go, sir. Then you can adjust the volume up and down.
And I'm going to talk until you, tell me that you can hear me. Talk. Okay, thank you. All right, sir, can I have your full name and date of birth, please?
Yes, ma'am. Fred Morgan Galindo, February 3rd, 1970.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Galindo, you're here on a new case. You were arrested for narcotic drug possession, class 4 felony, drug paraphernalia possession, class 6 felony, and possession or use of a weapon during the commission of a drug crime. That's a class 4 felony. There is probable cause for those, and I am appointing a lawyer to represent you. Your next court date is going to be May 1st, which is 2 weeks from now, in the downtown Superior Court. That's at 8:30 in the morning. It'll be a status conference. Your preliminary hearing will be later that week on May 5th, the following Monday, May 5th, 8:30 in the morning. I'm going to release you on your own recognizance. You're not accused of doing anything particularly nefarious with that gun. It was just in proximity to the what appeared to be an alleged personal amount use of drugs. You are no stranger to the criminal justice system. It looks like you may not have taken any felony convictions or they've been expunged, but on these facts, I'm guessing you know how to comply with court orders and come to court.
Yes,
and nothing they've accused you of is, of particular danger by this court standard. So just go to court and comply with your release conditions. Everything is on your paperwork, and we'll give that to you now, okay?
Is that the one at Mesa?
No, they don't do criminal out of Mesa anymore. Everything's downtown.
Okay.
And they used to, and then a couple years, I don't remember when, they stopped. They pulled everything downtown for criminal. I think Mesa is all family now. And so, go to Mesa. Don't possess any weapons while the case is pending.
Yes, sir.
And so that's going to be on your paperwork. And then I think we're good. I didn't reprint that, did I? No. Okay, you can step to your left. He's got yours, and then you can give him the headphones.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Cedric? Hi, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth?
First name is Irishura Cedric, 04/18/2007, but I do prefer Cedric as my first name, if you don't mind.
Oh, what's your last name?
Cedric.
Okay, but you use it as your first name?
Correct, ma'am.
Okay, understood. All right. So you're here on a new case and a probation hold. In the new case, you got booked in for unlawful flight from a law enforcement vehicle, a class 5 felony, criminal trespass of a residential structure, which a hotel room does count. It's a class 6 felony. And then misdemeanors that are passively resisting arrest, which means running away. That's a class 1 misdemeanor. Reckless driving, a class 2 misdemeanor. And criminal trespass in 3rd degree of property, that's a class 3 misdemeanor. There is probable cause for all of those. I am appointing a lawyer for you in this case and in your probation case, because probation, by policy, they have to file a petition to revoke your probation anytime you come in on a new felony arrest. So you will have a lawyer to help you in that case also.
Mm-hmm.
You'll end up with the same lawyer for both.
Correct.
Your revocation, arraignment, and possible disposition hearing in that case in the probation will be Thursday, April 23rd at 8:30 in the morning that's your first hearing. It's 1 week from today. Then 2 weeks from today is going to be your first hearing in the new case. I'll tell you why in a second. That's a status conference Friday, May 1st at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court. Preliminary hearing May 5th at 8:30 in the same court.
Wait, you said May 5th?
So the first one is the status conference on Friday the 1st. Then we also set the preliminary hearing. We just set two at once. So you'll go Friday the 1st for your status conference. Your preliminary hearing is scheduled for Tuesday, May 5th. That could change depending on what happens at the status conference. So just go on May 1st.
Yeah.
You meet with your lawyer. If the 5th moves, you will be told right there in court. What's your question?
I'm sorry. So I'm keeping the same lawyer as it has the first case, correct? Or you're gonna appoint me a different one?
We just generally appoint the public defender if that's who you had before and that person's available. I think they do try to do that. But if you liked that person, then you can go on the 1st and say, are they available? You can ask them to assign them. Their office will decide.
All right.
All right. And I gave your case a fair amount of thought. Because it's interesting. Normally,
yes, ma'am.
You come in on a real felony, which means more than.
Go ahead. I want the honest truth. I want the full honest truth.
No. We give you a bond in your probation case.
Correct.
You're accused of doing something that I do see a lot of young men accused of. Almost never young women, but a lot of young men, which is panicking and fleeing from the cops in a vehicle.
Yes, ma'am.
Yours happened to be a pink motorbike.
Yes, ma'am.
Mini bike, which
yes,
of course makes it slightly comedic, but not. It's still a felony.
Yes, ma'am.
But when I looked at what you're accused of, you've been talking to your PO. The only reason that I saved you for last. The only reason I'm even having a conversation with you is you've actually been talking to your PO and doing okay on probation.
Yes, ma'am.
You really have.
Yes, ma'am.
And then they accuse you of doing something that it does meet the elements of all of the crimes they alleged, but on a sort of general human level, it doesn't make you a bad person. It's kind of comedic and stupid if you did it, when you're innocent until proven guilty. It's,
Right.
It's one of the, it doesn't make me think you're a public menace. It makes me think you're young.
Do you mind me asking what?
I don't want you to make admissions because I'm releasing you.
I'm sorry about that.
No, I'm just saying you can incriminate yourself. Why would you do that?
I'm so sorry, man.
I'm just trying to make you understand why I'm going to release you. I don't want you to think it's a slap on the wrist, though, because the county attorney could quite literally put you in prison for this if you lose at trial. If you go to trial and lose, you are not probation eligible. I don't think any county attorney is going to want to. I sure hope not, because this is a case that is, in many senses, kind of funny. But I don't want you to go, oh, shrug, because adult court is not juvenile court. And I know you dealt with juvenile court where people are generally trying to help you.
Yeah.
Not too many people try to help you in adult court. Mm-hmm. But what you're accused of doing to me is almost it is a completely unsurprising teenage risk-taking thrill behavior that, like I said, doesn't in any way make me think you're a bad person or that you're a danger to the community. But I don't want you to be so dumb as to not take this seriously because I'm releasing you. I'm releasing you. You've got to take this seriously. I think if you fly right, if you do well, you're working, right?
Yeah, I'm working a new job at Amazon.
Yeah. So,
I just started this weekend.
And so, as far as I can tell, you're doing pretty decently on probation, except if you did this for some bad judgment that's straight in line with teenage bad judgment for all time.
Yes, ma'am.
And so I'm trying to be practical and be human. Even if I believe you did absolutely everything they accuse you of, I don't think you're a danger in the community.
I appreciate it.
I just don't want you to be stupid. Don't go, woohoo, like, let's go do something else while the case is pending. Don't do that, okay? You got a problem right now. But I can't believe anybody in the justice system will see you as a public menace who needs to eat whatever. The county attorney does what they want. Here's the thing. They do what they want, and they may make you take a felony for this. I don't know. It's a long way. You're not convicted, sir. You're innocent until proven guilty. You get a lawyer to help you. And so you got a lot of things in your favor. That's why I'm releasing you. But I saved you till last because I almost never do it in probation. That if you come in on new felonies for probation, you knew better, you're getting a bond.
Could I say something?
Go ahead.
When all that happened, it's just like, I was already on probation. It's like, I was like scared.
Oh, people freak out.
They freak out.
I know. Well, I know.
I didn't know what to do.
And like
So,
I said, I see this from young men all the time. Ask the officer all the time. It's a young man thing. You're like, you're joyriding or, all that. And it's like, oh my God, it's the cops. And then you try to run, which is like almost like it's a little kid response to go run. And it's not, like I said, nothing about what you've been accused of is even like psychologically abnormal. This is what young teenage folks tend to do. Risky behavior, et cetera, impulsive, not thinking about consequences, et cetera. None of that. But you just have to know it's not juvenile court. And so even though I'm releasing you because I don't believe, I hope, you're not going to commit any new crimes while this is going on.
No.
And you'll show up for court. That's what I decide. I don't decide if you're guilty at all. I just try to decide, are you going to come to court? Are you going to commit new crimes? And I'm thinking and hoping, because you've been doing pretty well on probation, and you've been talking to your PO.
Yeah, me and her, like, we talk a lot.
You're
and, like,
making an effort.
when I got out and she got put in my PO, it was like, I had to try to find something like to stop messing out with guns and drugs. And that's when that bike stuff came in. And I didn't know it was going to do all of that.
So, Mr. or Cedric, don't lose heart, don't lose hope. You're okay. I just want you to take it seriously, okay? I don't think anybody above the age of 40, which I'm a lot more, is going to view this in any other way than I do, which is like, not the crime of the century. I'm glad to know you're not the kind of person who's going to go like, woo, I got a slap on the wrist, I'm going to go out tonight and do it again. That would be unbelievably foolish, because it's the county attorney who's going to hold a lot of power. And if you give them another card to play, you're going to be in a real bad situation. You're okay now. Just be calm, go to court, talk to your lawyer, keep in touch with your PO. The number one thing you can do to help yourself, stay in touch with your PO, show that you're a good candidate for more probation at the worst, okay? And I think it seems very unrealistic to me that anybody would want to put you in prison.
Yeah, because I was supposed to get off next year.
That's right. I think, and I didn't mean to scare you too much with that, okay? It is a possibility. Do I think it's probable? No. If I was a betting person, no. But I'm telling you, if the county attorney, they have a lot of leverage. So go talk to your lawyer, go talk to your probation officer. You're okay. It's okay.
I had.
Don't mess up, okay? Don't mess up.
Could you give me the lawyer's number? Because I had lost all that information when
I
got
we'll give
released.
you a piece of paper. He's got the yellow sheet, right, officer? Yeah, okay, that's the main number for the PD. Give him a few days to even know that you exist. And then you could call him and say, hey, could I possibly get assigned? Did you like the person before?
Yeah.
Yeah, just say, could I possibly get assigned to them? They could even look it up if you don't remember the name. They could look up who your lawyer was and see if they can get it back to them.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, they'll just call them when you get out, okay? But the most thing I want you to do is you got to fly right now. It's very important.
Right.
To stay right with your PO. No new offenses. Just do what you're supposed to do, okay? That's the thing you can do for yourself right now.
Yeah, I've been doing that. I've been going to drug tests. I've been dropping.
I know.
I've been dropping clean and everything.
I know. That's why I didn't know what to do with you. It was like, you know what? I'm just going to release you and hope and try to talk to you and give you a clue.
Yes, ma'am.
And say, you've got to just fly right. If you want this to come out okay, you've got a good chance, but not if you screw up in the middle.
I'm not screwing up.
Okay, all right. Good luck, sir. Take your paperwork.
Yes, sir. I have a seat to the left.
Okay, now I'm going to do 2 house calls and then we'll finish up so we can run some traffic.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. All right, so Matthew Brunst and Misha Thomas, officer, I forgot why I was told, but they're not physically present in court because they were isolated as a possible risk to themselves or others. I'm going to take that as a yes. Okay, I'm going to see Matthew Brunst and Misha Thomas in person back in the cell block immediately after this proceeding to conduct their initial appearances one-on-one, and I will let Matthew Brunst, born 4/9 of 80, know that he's here on a new case. He got booked in for narcotic drug possession, class 4 felony. The police did not make PC for that. They didn't provide an adequate basis for that as narcotic drugs. So I'm going to no PC it for now. I'm going to give him a lawyer and 2 court dates. Status conference May 1st, 8:30 in the morning. Preliminary hearing May 5th at 8:30 in the downtown Superior Court. And I'm going to give him a number to call and let him know that the charges are not dismissed. He does have to come to court. And I'll tell him how to call the number a few days in advance to see if the case is still on the books for May 1st. But otherwise, he will be released. Misha Thomas, born 2/20/83, is here on a new case. They got booked in for third-degree burglary, a class 4 felony. I did find probable cause. I am appointing a lawyer for Ms. Thomas. She's going to get a status conference April 23rd at 8:30, preliminary hearing April 27th at 8:30. And I am inclined, based on her maximum release score, to set bail in the amount of $500 secured with written conditions. She's got FTAs in multiple cases in other cities, and she did get a max risk assessment score, like I said, based largely off of a bunch of failures to appear in municipal court. So I'm contemplating a $500 secure appearance bond for her, and written conditions that include not going to the scene of the alleged crime, no contact with the alleged victim, no weapons, etc. If anything changes after I conduct those hearings, or when I conduct those hearings, my final order will reflect the court's ultimate decision in those cases. I'm not going to update this recording. All right, Mr. Ojeda, will you come in?
Mostly, yeah.
Hi, Mr. Ojeda, can I have your full name and your
My full
date
name
of
is
birth?
Alexander Ojeda Jr. Birthday is 11/12/81.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Ojeda, you got arrested on a warrant from the state of Montana, and we're clear, right, officer?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And that is because you got charged there. Let's see, I don't have the date of charge, but the warrant was issued April 8th, so about 9 days ago, whatever that is. April 8th, you've been charged there with, sorry, sometimes it's hard to read. Sexual assault, it says sexual intercourse without consent. I don't know what the elements of that are, but I believe that is a sexual assault. So they want to extradite you to Montana. So you have different rights on a warrant than you do when it's out of state than you do when it's the same state. So what you have is extradition rights. You're not ever going to go to trial in Arizona. You have to go to trial in Montana. Montana just wants to extradite you. So you have the right to have a hearing on the extradition question only within 90 days after today. Montana has to prove to the Arizona court's satisfaction and ultimately the Arizona governor that they have the right to take you back there without your consent. So part of the extradition process is they have to obtain a governor's warrant signed by each of the 2 sitting governors of each state, and they present that to the Arizona court as part of their proof that they've done everything required to take you back to Montana without your consent. And so that has to happen within 90 days. You have the right to hire a lawyer to represent you, but I can't appoint one for you just for extradition proceedings because this is not a criminal case. Extradition is a civil case. So you don't have the same constitutional right to a lawyer. You do have a constitutional right to a lawyer in Montana for the criminal case, but this is not the criminal case. This is a civil extradition case. So what you have is the right that you always have, which is to hire a lawyer to represent you. And if you do not agree to go back, which I'm going to give you an opportunity to if you want to, but if you don't agree to go back, then I'm going to set bail in the amount requested by Montana, which is $250,000, and it is going to be cash only. So you would have to deposit the $250,000 cash here in Arizona. Then you would be out of custody while the extradition proceedings are happening. There's at least 2 court hearings before your actual extradition hearing, so you'd have to come to all of those, or we would keep your $250,000 bond money, and Arizona would issue a warrant for your arrest right on top of the Montana one. That's what bonding out would mean for extradition. You couldn't leave Arizona. You have to stay here and face the extradition proceedings. So you can also just agree to go back. We call that waiving extradition. You just give up the rights I just went over, and you consent to go back without the extradition hearing, without the governor's warrant, and without the bond. If you agree to go back, we will hold you no bond for up to 30 days to give Montana a chance to come and get you. So if you waive extradition, You will not have any more court dates. Today will be your only one. I will order you held for up to 30 days to see if Montana comes to get you. If they don't, you get released, but their warrant stays active in the national system, and you could be arrested on it again the very next day. This arrest does not quash the warrant in Montana. They are the only ones who can quash it. We cannot. And it does happen. So I always warn people that a state doesn't come, they get released, and then they get re-arrested on it on a later date because they didn't do anything about it. So if you waive, they'll have 30 calendar days to come and get you. They cannot extend it. It would start tomorrow, April 18th would be day one if you waive. And you will be held no bond in the jail the whole time. You will not be taken in front of a judge again because you have given up your right to that extradition proceeding. But that is optional. Nobody has to do that. It's just an option that you have. We give it to folks in your position at every hearing they have, just in case they want to opt out of the sometimes lengthy extradition process. Because extradition can never take more than 90 days for this extradition proceeding to happen. If it doesn't happen within 90 days, you get released by Arizona, but the warrant in Montana stays active in the national system, and you could be rearrested on it the next day. I always tell people.
Even here in Arizona again?
Correct. And people feel very unhappy about that, and all we can tell them is, you got to talk to Montana or Texas or whatever state wants you, because they're the ones who have the warrant out for you. We cannot kill Montana's warrant out of the system. Right. Only Montana can. And so, so you can make the state prove extradition. They have to prove you're the right person. They have to prove Montana has all the correct paperwork, which is mainly those governor's warrants. And then you have the extradition hearing, and the judge decides, did you win it? Did they win it? If they win it, you get held 30 days, no bond, to give them a chance to bring you back. If you win it, you get released. But the warrant stays active in the national system unless Montana quashes it. So, in any event, so right now, it's just a choice for you. And I know it's a little complicated, so I'll boil it down. Today, you could either waive extradition or not waive it. And if you don't want to decide, that's not waiving. Fine, you never have to do this. It's just an option. If you don't want to decide today, great. I'm going to give you your next court hearing, which is April 27th. So that is a week from Monday, 10 days from now, April 27th, 1:30 in the afternoon in the downtown Phoenix. We call it fugitive court, extradition court, downtown Phoenix. And I'm going to set that bail, $250,000 cash only. If you post it, you got to show up yourself on April 27th in the afternoon. If you don't post it, our sheriffs will take you over to court downtown, put you in front of the extradition judge. So that's, and you'll be on the 90-day clock. If you don't want to decide today, it automatically starts the 90-day clock. But you can also bypass it. I've got some formal questions I can ask you because you would be giving up rights to make sure you understand your rights. And then I'll ask if you want to give them up. That's waiving. That'll start that 30-day clock. You don't see a judge again. You just wait in the jail 30 days to see if they come get you, and you cannot bond out. If you waive extradition, you are held no bond for that whole 30 days. And if you have any local charges or holds, I don't see any Arizona charges or holds. But by the way, if you do have any, Montana's 30 days won't begin until the conclusion of any Arizona criminal matters. I don't see any, but I always have to warn people. If there's something out there, if it's an Arizona case and it's criminal, it will put a hold on the start of that 30-day clock. Okay. All right. Any questions? I know it's a lot.
Yeah. Just does it usually, is it quicker than 30 days if I didn't waive?
I don't know. Even if I did, it would not be a good idea for me to try to give anybody an idea, because what if Montana didn't fulfill those expectations, right? What if Montana did differently? And I wouldn't, so it's a bit of a crapshoot. And Montana's not a common state we see. So my guess is if you were to ask even somebody who knows, which would be the sheriff's extradition people, they'd go, I don't know, we never see Montana. We have some frequent flyer states like California and Texas, but I don't know. I really don't know.
Yeah, I didn't know all about any of this till today.
Yeah, well, I'm sure they indicted you without telling you.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how they do it.
Yeah, I didn't know
they don't tell you. So if you don't want to decide today, not a problem. I'll just give you your court date. I'll set the bail, and you'll be done. You'll be back in court in 10 days. You can think about it. Or if you want to give up your rights, I can go over the questions. But I don't want to pressure you. You can waive on the 27th too. The judge is going to give you another opportunity.
Another option.
You want to do that?
Yeah, because I don't know.
Okay.
I don't
And then you
know.
can, try to talk to a lawyer, see if okay, so I'm going to set bail for you. That $250,000, and your court date is April 27th at 1:30 in the afternoon. It's going to be on your paperwork. Even if you post it, I put it on there, don't leave the state. You have to get the extradition judge's permission to leave the state. So some people are like, oh, I want to go back to Montana and take care of it. You need her permission. Don't just leave the state.
Okay.
Everything's going to be on your paperwork. We're going to print it out along with a copy of your rights. That's the card you were reading. It's just a copy of your rights for you to keep, and we will send it out to you, okay?
Okay, and I'll be staying here for then?
Correct. If you don't post, you stay not in this building, but you'll stay in the county jail system. We've got 8 buildings? I don't know. You'll be classified and housed somewhere, and then they'll take you over to court on the 27th to talk to the extradition judge. There's a public defender generally assigned there too. She's not personally assigned to your case unless the extradition judge decides to, and you're allowed to ask, but, talk to the PD about that. She's been working that calendar forever. She can give you legal advice.
And how would I go about finding a lawyer? Through her? Or?
No, they're not going to find a lawyer for you, but you could try, collect calls from the jail. Frankly, I'm not really sure how you go about hiring a private lawyer from jail. Right. But if you don't, like I said, the public defender is there to help defendants because we have the resources to assign someone there. It's not because you're constitutionally entitled to it. So I cannot appoint her to your case. The extradition judge can, so you can ask for that, and depending on the scenario, she may well do it. I just don't make any promises to people about that because there's no guarantee. It's within her discretion. She could also deny your request to appoint the public defender because you don't have a constitutional right.
Okay.
So, I know it's a little complicated. What's that?
How about phone calls? How do I?
You'll have better access to a phone once you get classified and moved out of this building. You can make collect calls from here.
Okay.
But my understanding from every sheriff's officer I've ever talked to is that the phones work better at other buildings.
Are they just through landlines or?
I think so. Is that true? Still true, officer? Just a landline? I think so.
You know what?
I don't know.
Good. I'm not too sure about.
Yeah, because I was wondering about that.
Yeah, some bail bondsmen will make a 3-way call for you. That's a trick that I've heard for years. Is you call the bail bondsman and you say, hey, my mom might post bail. What's her number? And they help you look it up, and they call and they do a 3-way call to talk about bond. But at least it connects you with your family member.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, sure. All right, then we already made the house call records. We're going to stand in recess until 2 p.m. today.